Good morning, everybody. Four days till stable. We're just gonna clean this whole place up. Make it a suitable home for the next, however long it's gonna take to take over LVA here. We have no need for these support beams. They might look necessary, but there is no concept of structural support in Project Zomboid. We have no need to be stable in this way. Become unstable. Hey, Mish. Good to see you. Yep. We are right on time today. I'm feeling more stable by the minute. Not even going to park the race car inside. We're going to take the LV Airport step van inside. That it is. Chammy Cho, good morning. Good to see you. Doesn't have to be a perfect parking job. It's within the white lines. That's all that matters, right? And this is why we removed these support beams. They're not actually supporting anything. They're actually just blocking my extra parking. I actually can't remember if I put a charged battery into this one or not. I don't think I did. Nope, let's get that battery charged up. I mean, look at all those beautiful, beautiful green parts here. Everything's performance. Most everything's in perfect condition. Just got to get things charged and gassed. I love having a closet to put the battery charger in because then the ugly noise that it makes can be suppressed. There's another one that needs a new battery up here too. Yeah. Good morning, Command. Jamie, you are correct. It's earlier than I expected, but I'm not going to say no to it. Who knows? That's a good question. Battery banks are charging. I'll place this a little bit overways. Muscle strain has faded a bit. We'll do another round of sledging here. In the meantime, we'll use the race car to do some more carjacking. Both of these modern mechanics, or mobile mechanics trucks, have probably got some decent parts in them. In them. I said this the other day when we first saw them, but everybody who sees these vans, keep in mind that every time you see one of these, make sure to check the passenger seat. Possible sledgehammer. I want to say that like 1 out of 3 of these trucks that we've seen so far have actually had a sledgehammer on the passenger seat. I have no idea if that's just us getting incredibly lucky, but make of that what you will. You'll never know if you don't check. I love doing that. The race car is just so powerful. This is one of the only ones in the lot here that I actually probably want to repair. The MMs are going to be donor parts. Good morning, Resin. How's it going? So basically, if anybody is not familiar with how we got here, near the end of last stream, we breached the Louisville airport and kind of rushed all the way to the far corner of it, and that's where this security sort of like it's like a combo firefighter and other emergency services. It's got a jail, it's got a helipad, it's got a clinic and everything. Sort of just the airport EMS area. And we are in the far corner of the Louisville airport. Now, the rest of the airport, of course, we have not yet cleared any of the zombies from the whole sector here. So the whole sector here we've got a lot of work ahead of us. We have done only one relatively small pipe bombing up in the general, that spot right there. Now we did, what we did is we kind of drove around the exterior of the runway, and we identified that there's not that many zombies outside the fence, which is that's a good thing. I never knew that. I always thought that there were going to be some zombies way outside of the fence. As to what order of operations we'll do everything in, I'm still thinking about that. In the meantime, I'll just be exploring local assets here. These LV airport shuttles they're 6-seater vans, but they usually have really good, like a bunch of really good parts on them. Yeah, like look at that. Look at all those beautiful green triple-digit numbers there. It's not serving me any purpose in this parking lot, but if I bring it over there to my garage area, then we've got 3 parts. Alright, we are now going to depart and do a little bit more scouting. What will be the name of the stable care? I'm most likely going to do Gretchen the Loot Goblin. Just on a bit of a personal crusade to convert all of my Sims 4 characters into Project Zomboid characters. That's where we got Annie, that's where we got Danny, that's where we got Nora was a new one. Nora was an original creation. But yeah, once I get Gretchen, quote unquote, the Loot Goblin McMill, then we'll have just about everybody. There'll be a few others. But, now one of the reasons that, of course, a Loot Goblin character who loots an entire town so that there's almost nothing left, those characters require, almost necessitate a stable version of the game so that it's actually worth it to get all that stuff. I'm just going to be uncovering territory for the moment. Make sure that we have everything explored here. Now, there are gasoline resources right here on the tarmac. There's like a solo pump. And there's like an air traffic control tower somewhere in the middle. And then it's to the right of that. But the exact layout of the middle of the tarmac it escapes me at the moment. I think this might be it here. Hang on. Yep, there it is. Of course, zombies around it. That's not to be unexpected. And we don't have a spare generator in the area at the moment. We have Uno generators at the moment. As far as I recall, there are actually places here in the airport that generators can spawn. None guaranteed, though. I don't think there are any guaranteed generator spawns here. See, the funny thing about that command is, on my previous characters, I would mark an X over a house just for saying that I got everything, and I quote, that I want out of it. For Gretchen, that's going to have a very different meaning, because Gretchen wants everything. Alright, we have removed all the support beams from the house. Alright, now I've got a sledgehammer. I'll just carry it with me, straight up. There is a little bit of sledge work that we could afford to do here. Now that we've cleared out the Zeds from up here, I can do exactly what I did last time I was here and just make a little route down here. Do I have an axe? I'll need an axe. Of course I do. This is one of my vehicles. None of my vehicles are complete without an axe. Hey, Gloria, how's it going? Yeah, I know. Helicopters that are actually visible on the tarmac would be that would be one of the things of all time. Knowing the devs of this game, they would never want us to be able to fly them. That's but just seeing them would be a step up from not seeing them. Now this would be the part, if I had a scythe, I would probably cut the grass to indicate where to drive. That would be a very easy way to remind myself where to drive, but I think this is going to be easy enough to see for now. Now on the right here, we start up with some shipping containers, and this is where the zombies start to multiply. When I handled this place on Nora, we also made a hole in the fence to the bottom center here. Suppose while we have the opportunity to do so, I'm going to go ahead and parse through the parking lot a little further. Pay a little more attention to the cars now. We've got shuttles galore. There's shuttles everywhere. So, not particularly concerned about the shuttles. So there were like 6 of them, if I recall. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 of them over here. I am mostly curious if there's going to be another of those security trucks. So far, we've found 2. And the greens. Now, there's the bus terminal over here. The bus terminal is a proper gas station. Over here on the left is a doll-making factory. I shit you not, a marionette factory. Oh, look at that! There's an ambulance. Nice. I don't believe we don't have the action economy to open that gate over there. We probably can manage to afford to save this one. A little bit risky, but we got it. I had to do a tactical, what do they call it, a nudge? Yeah, we'll call it a nudge. Step vans down here, lots of them. At the, this is the post office. Oh, there is one step van I remember now in this post office. One step van to rule them all. Actually, 2, that looked really cool. Somebody's got a, who? Somebody's still got a battery after all this time. That's wild. Mobile library service right here. This is one of the newer ones. I can't even see which vehicle it was. It sounded like it was like one of those 2, either direct flame propane right there, or the mail van next to it, the non-step van right there. It felt like it was either of them based on sound, but I'm just kind of tooting the horn up here a little bit to see how many of these guys I can pull away from the that library van that I want to steal. Would you look at that? That would be 100% of them. Carjacking with a race car is the funnest thing to do in this game. One of them. You see a vehicle you want, you can take it. This little brick wall out here. Here we go. I see a path. I see a path. Woohoo! Woohoo! Dun 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 dun. Be careful with that. Let's see. I see a maneuver here. I see a maneuver. I'm gonna have to bump her a little bit. Whoa! Race cars can do dangerous things here. We're messing with physics that Zomboid wasn't designed for. All right, here's so this is actually how we got in to our current base location in the far corner. What we did is we came in here with the sledgehammer. We killed any resistance that followed us on this side of the docks, the loading docks. We have kept our distance from the docks. We don't want to wake that. We don't want to wake that up yet. And then we just made a little hole in the corner here where we can nice and carefully thread the needle, and voila. There's a few of them on the other side here, but we did a pretty good job clearing them out of the entry point here, the beachhead. And the tarmac just has so much room that you can keep your distance from the hordes just by simply gathering them up a little bit. So it's about 1,800 hours. I think what I'll do is go ahead and leave this van. Well, we'll take a look at the loot. I don't expect anything mind-blowing. It would be amazing if this particular type of van was the kind of, like, you know, maybe one of those really rare places where you could find whole sets of books. I seriously doubt that, though. It's probably just going to be a random selection of books, not unlike a regular mail step van. Aw, telling me I gotta break a window. Oh, pretty numbers. Engine quality is only 62, so don't be fooled by the numbers. And it is, of course, one of those vans I can just yank the window off of. Garbage on the first two seats here. What about the trunk? That's what we're all about here. And magazines. About an equal number of skill magazines and entertainment magazines and books of a standard-looking library distribution. So this is, I'm not seeing any non-library books, right? So you go to a standard library, any of these books that I'm seeing right here, we would find copies of. So whenever I look at a book resource, I'm looking, do we see the unusual books, the aiming, reloading, napping, or Longblade? Those are the ones that just don't seem to spawn really often in regular libraries. I'm not seeing any of those. So, and I only see everything as a 1 through 3 except for this one copy of Mechanics 5. So it's books, not particularly special for books, because it looks like, you know, only one level 5 book. This gas can is one of the most relevant things that that it actually has. That's alright. I didn't expect anything mind-blowing. Let's see if my batteries are done charging yet. About 90%. I'll leave the other one to finish up. I just wanted at least one battery so that I could, let's see. If I get this thing moving, then I can, actually get the zombie corpses out of here. So zombie corpses, If you've got to move them, and you can't just drag them somewhere and bury them, like, you know, you got a zombie corpse inside a base that you want to live in, but you don't want no corpse in your base, put them in the trunk of a truck. Assuming, of course, that it is a base that you can drive into, like all of the bases that I make. We did pull that. Yes, we got that gas can. I'll take a 10-liter out of our ambulance here. Where does Longblade books usually spawn? So Longblade is the rarest type of book. Survivor zombies, as in like those zombies in the middle of groups that usually have weapons and armor and a backpack. Survivor zombies are your best bet. Your second best bet are survivor homes, which are you come up on a random house and it's got its windows boarded up already. Check every container in those houses. You have a small chance at Longblade in there. Some places that are not survivor related, you can sometimes find them in cardboard boxes. So you go into a random house, go into the closet, you see a cardboard box. There is a slight chance of that cardboard box being a book box. And at that point, it's a chance for any book. And I mean any book. So kind of an equal chance at all of the standard books that you'll find plenty of in the libraries, but also a chance at the rare ones. In fact, this character was the first character that I've had in B42 to ever find a Longblade 5 copy, and she found it in a cardboard box. But this character here has also been my luckiest character by far in terms of just random loot, so make of all that what you will. It's never guaranteed. Alright, so we've got ourselves a D6 with a mostly empty trunk. Let's go in here and empty the trunk the rest of the way into this shelf here, and then get the corpses out of here. Early, mid, late survivor timeline. Well, now that's all going to come down to playstyle. There's many different things to do. The way I choose to play, I build my characters as a blank slate with only physical traits, pretty much no skills. And on top of that, I almost always take the slow reader trait. So my early game is map exploration. I hop into a vehicle, I explore the map, and then my mid game is mostly reading books. A lot of people might find that a little bit boring, but it works out tremendously well for me, the way I choose to play. So it's definitely going to come down to play style, how your early game is going to inform your mid game, and then your mid game is going to, I think a lot of people are going to eventually end up in a place like where I'm at right now, where you've got certain weapons that you're really good at. You're probably already stacked with guns and ammo, and you're going from there. I was gonna do... Yeah, we're putting, stuff I'm probably never gonna use in the garbage bag there. Okay. Trunk of the truck is empty. Now, we reorient it and back it up so that we can shove those corpses into it. We might actually only be able to do one at a time. I forgot if we can do multiple. They don't weigh that much. But, So, yeah, see, it only weighs 20 encumbrance. And yet, for some reason, my memory is telling me that we're not going to be able to put more than one. Oh, the loot tables. Oh, I don't really, to be entirely honest, that has never made sense to me. Like, when those loot tables show up, I can only assume that it has to have some... I have several questions. And I don't think any of them are going to have sufficient answers. Just to recap, I tried to pick the zombie up and throw it into the trunk. Instead, the zombie collapsed, stood back up, walked around, and collapsed again. Are you guys feeling stable yet? I don't know. I'm feeling a little. I'm feeling a little bit stable right now. Like I said, my brain meat was telling me that we can only do one corpse in a trunk at a time. I wonder if that's why. I got nothing on that, guys. Yeah, but yeah, no. I to be entirely honest, I have no idea what the. I have no idea what the. No, okay, it might have something to do with what stage of the game it is, like how many days have passed when you first visit the survivor house. That might have something to do when it comes to the loot tables that you're talking about there, whether it's mid-game, late game, early game. I have no idea. No, what was that? Okay, like I said, clearly there's something glitched when it comes to putting multiple corpses in the same container. In this case, I've got a huge trunk that should theoretically be able to fit a few corpses in it. But I tried to put more than one, and the other corpse started doing something very unusual. Now there's no other corpses in the truck, though, so if I try to put it in the trunk this time, I feel like it might work. Just a theory. Well, I don't know. Look at that. He's frozen again. No, he's going to do the thing again. Okay, no, he's not doing the thing. He just collapsed again. Okay. Let me try something different. Or let me try a different container, rather. You can put corpses on seats. So I hit the vehicle menu, I hit open door, so the door is open. Now I'm going to try to shove the corpse into the front right seat. Now, the fact that the stupid thing is just sitting there. Yeah. Okay. This is just not going to work. There's something wrong with this guy's corpse in particular. Okay, well, let it not be said that I didn't try to do something with these stupid corpses. This is why I usually try to not kill zombies in a place that I want to build a base. It's not just that it's a physically laborious task to move their corpses. Sometimes it just doesn't work. I'm probably going to bury most of these guys in the backyard if this doesn't work. Yeah, see, look at that. Frozen again. It's not like it didn't actually like wake up or anything. It's not a real zombie. If it was, it would react to me pushing it. Oh. Okay. Maybe it was a real zombie. In any case, no, it's dead. It just hadn't stopped moving yet, like many of them. Like I said, I'm just gonna bring him out back and bury him out here in the dog yard. Get up so I can kill you again. Alright, well, so much for my idea of removing corpses with a truck. It probably would have been a sound idea in a stable game, but we're not feeling very stable yet, are we? We're still on our way there. We're not just there yet. It's alright. I'm gonna need a shovel and an axe. Let me, I think the sledgehammer belongs to the fire truck here. Let's give it back. And I'm going to get my wood axe out so that I can one-shot those trees that are in my way. And then we need a shovel. Dig a grave. Shove the corpses in the grave. There was actually a tree like right in front of the door. From yeah, look at that tree right in front of the door here. Let's get rid of that. One shot. Two shot. Two shot. This is my yard. I have no patience for this. Nah, I don't need to really worry about the other ones. They're not in my way yet. Oh, I can't even bury it. I can't even bury it. It's going to do the thing. Like, dude, can you just... Get fucking Lazarus over here. He gets up and he starts slapping my fucking windows. Dude, have zombies upgraded to ghosts? I'm getting some John Freeman vibes here. John Freeman picked up weapon and fired back at dead zombie ghosts. I mean, okay, so if they can bite, then they should be able to be pushed, right? I'm going to try leaving the area and coming back. I'm just going to try leaving the area coming back. That might actually do the trick. I mean, it's never going to break that. It literally can't. I can break it. If I stab the window with a knife, I'll break the window. I don't want to break the window. This is my base. Thank you very much. I'm just going to leave the map chunk really quick. I got a race car. This is my privilege. I can do this. I am the Viper. I am here to wash and wipe your windows. Oh, man. That's the one that zombie is clearly not done messing with me. That was the one that was lurking in the elevator. Oh, now he's doing a different window slapping animation. Okay, you know what? What if I just nudge him? Does the ragdoll system fix this? Thanks, ragdoll system. Thank you. The ragdoll system to the rescue, boys. Okay, so we can't... What? Okay. We can't bury them. We can't toss them into trunks. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. I'm just gonna go to sleep. It's past my bedtime here. I'm going to move the bed. I was going to use this place as a bedroom. It's not secure. I do need to sleep behind a solid door, and we have not been able to replace the double doors in the front yet. That's going to be a minute before I can do that. So I'm just going to move the bed over around the corner, and we'll put it in the closet where we got the battery chargers here. Do I have lights? Maybe I can use the locker room as a bedroom. Too far away. We don't have lights here. I could move the generator. I'm going to move the generator at some point so that I can get lights in the entire building. For now, we'll just get these benches out of the way. I'll put the bed in here. Alright, it's got a bed, got a pillow, got a solid door between us and anybody who could wander in. That's my standards for a good night's sleep. Alright, I'm going to relocate the generator onto the roof. As for exactly where on the roof, let's find out now. Got a helipad up here on our roof. That is just a low fence. I shouldn't have put the sledgehammer away. We're clearly not done with it. I would like to strategically bust out a couple of these low fences that don't need to be here. I'm going to go ahead and use B42 map to decide where to put the generator. let's see if our new... It's not B42 map anymore. It is just map.projectzomboid.com. And it still doesn't work with Firefox. At least not my Firefox. I'm probably going to have to pull up my RDP window again. It's a little laggy, but it works with LibreWolf. I'll take it. I'll take it. Well, does the generator tool work? Yes, it does. Okay, that's what we need. So we need to open the build 42.19 map here. Roll over here to Louisville Airport. And we are in the top... We're basically in the farthest... This is like literally the farthest northeast building in the map. Everywhere. Yeah. We are literally in the northest eastest building on the entire map. There is nothing beyond to the northeast. And here we are. So we've got our generator radius tool here. We want to be within range of all of the light switches in the building. So somewhere like right there. Now how do we translate that? It's literally directly above where I'm sleeping there. How do we translate that into something that makes sense from the upper floor? We just count the tiles from the nearest identifiable corner here. It looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually, if I count it that way. So inside the corner on that side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we go up to floor 2. Oh, it shows it in the right place. Yeah, that's still the right place, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? If it's off by one tile, it'll probably be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. That looks close enough. We're gonna put it there. Yeah. Okay. This was just kind of a place that I could make sure that I could drop it and it would work. Oops, not connect. Take. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the same combination as my luggage. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Good to see you. We are just now placing the generator on top of our guardhouse base here at Louisville Airport. Now, since I've relocated the generator, I need to check its power consumption. Once again, I'm baffled. It does not seem that lights currently cost any electricity from the generator. As you can see, according to the power consumption readout here, it's just the fridge and the generator itself for a total of 0.015 liters per hour. So lights right now, it seems like they're free. Which, okay, yeah. I mean, the thing that I'm paranoid about is that the lights are actually not free and they're just not showing up in the list for some reason. That's what I'm concerned about. But I wouldn't really be able to tell that if that was the case. I wouldn't be able to really tell without, like, I don't know, doing some of my own math. And that's a lot of work. I don't really feel like doing that. That's a rather expansive light switch right there. See, I used to think about light switches in terms of how much illumination do I get for a single light switch. Because, you know, then I know what switches are worth turning on and what aren't. But if I'm not going to get billed any gasoline for light switches, then, well then. This was the only zombie that I saw on the second floor here. I wonder if it was just that one zombie that I tried to bury that became glitched, or if it's going to be all of them. Well, okay. The corpse disappeared. That's all I care about right now. I'm not going to mess with the one that actually glitched out and started trying to break out the window. Not just going to leave leather strips buried in the ground. That might as well be deleting them. She doesn't need that jacket no more. And of course she's tired after all that. We're gonna wander upstairs and get something to eat here. So we, what we did with this window here is we broke it intentionally, and then we, whatchamacallit, and then we, poked all the zombies through on the other side with a knife, because you can actually poke a knife through these unbreakable grates. Turned out to be a surprisingly, interestingly easy way to level, short blade. Probably not the safest thing, though. This is where they keep the dogs. I don't know if we'll ever have dogs in vanilla, but there's just so many POIs that seem to suggest that they would show up at some point that I'm starting to get a little... starting to wonder if Cerulean was actually on a different page from the Brits when he said that he wasn't sure whether we would ever have dogs. That's kind of what I got from his interview. He seemed to be uncertain whether we would ever have dogs. We'll probably need these battery chargers again, so I won't pick them back yet. Who needed a battery still? I think I hadn't given one to this one yet. Yeah. So this one can use a touch of gas. Not much. I just need to reorient it. Yeah, no, that is, I enjoyed my, my Clippy thumbnail. I really did, but, I'm feeling less and less like Guanam these days. I'll probably do a different one at some point, but that one works for now. So this particular step van is going to be our loot carrier. We've already put some of the guns that we found here into it, and any further large form loot that we find will go in there. And we are just about ready for our next bedtime here. Weather's looking all right. Yeah, a little bit cloudy. That's fine. Any corpses left inside the building? Yes. This is unacceptable. I know that we've got... this is the problematic one here. That's all right. I'll just drag them outside. If I put him around the corner, I'll probably never have to look at him again. Right around this corner here. How about that? I'll just do the same with this one. Clip is still a very useful thing. This is one of the reasons for my policy of always wanting to kill zombies in a place where you won't have to move the corpse. I wasn't 100% sure that I wanted to base here when I initially made Ingress, so I was some indecision, as it were. This is probably a great way to burn calories. It's a good thing that I am now definitively out of the fat zone. I am in 84 kilo. But we'll give her a break from this nonsense as soon as we get this one in place. We've only got door knobs here. We don't have any hinges. We are unhinged at the moment. We'll figure something out for that later. No cars in the lot up here, is there? Negative. I suppose I could take a peek inside of the hangars up here. I don't expect to see anything substantial in them, but better to say that I checked. The second floors, I think, pretty much never have anything in them. That's a lot of garbage. A whole pack of I was about to say a whole pack of welding rods, but no. Literally like one charge left in that pack. Regrettable. Most useful thing I could find here would be the floodlights. You have a non-looted and trashed one. It's a bunch of steel sheets. I am always in the market for steel sheets. More dub rods. Let's combine those. Two. Okay, maybe I'll come back for those later. I definitely don't have room for those right now. This is a non-looted and trash one. I'm pretty sure that these hangars are generally going to be like just tools and materials. Probably nothing impressive. Down for a radio. Always down for duct tape. Heavy chain. If anybody's not familiar with my dread, these heavy chains that weigh 10 encumbrance, these I feel like are going to be a requirement for towing in the future. Whether that's going to be next update, when things go stable, because they said they're going to look at towing, or if that's going to be in a vehicles update in the future. I have no idea. All I know is there's a reason that we keep seeing them in garage loot tables. Yeah, and you know what? That's fine. I'm going to be real with you, Kraken. It's seeing Clippy just show up as a general retort to corporate culture. I'm here for it. Yeah, a bunch of not overly useful tools. Walkie-talkie, yes please. KTO, how's it going? Are we feeling stable yet? No, nothing overly, we did have some very interesting dead zombie, whatchamacallit, dragon glitches earlier, where one of them got up, walked right over to a window and started slapping it, despite being dead. A dead zombie ghost, as it were. I think that's all of the hangars in that side, and then we do have so there's like a group of zombies on both sides of the fence at the very end of the landing strip here. And I never really figured out exactly why. Just a fluke of the spawning system, perhaps. We're at the end of runway 4. You can't have a way at the end of runway 4. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. All I can say is I have concerns about where towing is going. Where's my food at? Oh, I know. I didn't put my food in my backpack. Ah. Alright, so we're stopping by base. We're going to empty the loot we just picked up and then get some food in my backpack here. Welding related stuff gets its own little pile somewhere easily accessible. Right here will be fine. I think I'm done with the E-tool. That's going back. Let me also move those shelves. Actually, I'm probably just going to use these shelves for... where to put my loot, indeed. I'm going to move the shelves on that side where everything already is. Separate tools and materials really quick. And then this will be electrical and first aid. Alright, that's my bag sorted. Food acquired for the day. We should get more storage later. We don't have to do that immediately, though. Some of what's in that garbage bag is actual garbage, some of it's not. Floodlights would go out here somewhere. As for exactly where, TBA, I'm not 100% sure. The generator radius up there is going to be a little tight. Looks like we can do like halfway through the lined area there. Maybe right here. Yeah, okay. That works for me. Just somewhere where I can see out here. Hey, I didn't revive the Zed. The Zed revived itself. Alright, I think we're going to go ahead and take the combat truck out. Race car is a lot of fun. It's a scout vehicle. It's a towing and recovery vehicle. But we've got a lot of zombies in between us and more stuff that we might want to recover. So, we take this one out. We get to work. I'm feeling like today might be a sniping day. We're going to attach the MSR-17 to my back here. Take a copious amount of 7.62. And we'll have the Trapper Carbine for later. So the MSR-17 is probably the most reliable long-range gun in the game. Shoots a bullet, 7.62, that is 20 bullets to the box, so using it all the time, despite, you'll see soon why I want to use this gun all the time. It is so much fun. You know what? In fact, because this gun is so good, I'm going to increase my zoom level a little bit. Usually when I hang around in Louisville, I lower the zoom level a little bit to hopefully improve my frame rate. But, no. I want to be able to see nice and far away when we're going to be shooting with this thing. So there's going to be a lot of them coming at me now that I've started shooting this gun, which is probably second only to the shotgun in terms of sound radius. I'm going to focus on just shooting the fast shamblers. And the slow shamblers, we'll just deal with them with melee when they get to us. So we checked through the, what's it called? We checked through the hangars on the north side. Here be the hangars on the south side. One of them is under construction. That means crates. Every one of these crates could either be a wooden plank crate or a steel sheet crate. Y'all know me and my steel sheets. Give me, give me, give me. Nah. That's what I'm talking about. Give me them steel sheets. Inject those directly into my inventory, fam. Can't turn on my flashlight while I'm sharpening my sword. Or my headlights, rather. There we go. Once again, not expecting anything mind-blowing in a hangar with this view of but you know, nails. I just arrived at a new base location, so locally sourcing nails is always a good thing. In fact, these steel sheets are not necessary in my inventory at the moment. I'm just going to put them in a garbage bag, stick that garbage bag in the trunk if I have room for it. Potentially more crates full of building materials. We'll find out in a moment. Where did all these dudes come from? Just crawl out the woodwork, I guess. Alright. Bag full of steel sheets into the trunk, and out come the rifle. The feeling that the rifle has such a long reach with its sound radius that we are probably going to come back to that area shortly, and there'll be even more showing up, just due to the delayed reaction. I'm also willing to bet that if we come to a complete stop and just aim out the window, we can still get a pretty good shot at these guys. Hell yeah. So for the one-offs out in the middle of nowhere. These, of course, do not qualify as one-offs in the middle of nowhere. There's going to be those guys up there, those guys over there. Yeah. This is not the middle of nowhere. This is, in fact, a place where we could gather a large group. Of course, this does not feel like LVA did on Nora. Nora felt it. I feel like we had a lot more zombies just out in the open on Nora. That also might be because Nora had woken up the building down here. She woke up this building before we ever made it back here. So that actually, that kind of tracks, I suppose. This guy's got a shotgun. And he's just out here by himself. Just standing there menacingly. He even had shells in it. I'm out of water. I forgot to refill. So let's do that. Don't want to be caught out here without no water. Always stay hydrated, my friends. Let's see, did the rifle attract anybody new here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Hey, Crypt Ghoulish. Yep. That's you're 100% correct on both sides of that equation there. Or is it gonna come too soon, or is it right on time? Who knows? There's only gonna be one way to find out, isn't there? There were 2 floodlights that I wanted to yank. I think we saw them up here, didn't we? It's the second looted and trashed one. Yeah. Give me these. Not the trash, the floodlights. Figure since we're going back to base, I can put these directly in my hands. Don't ask me how I'm sitting down on a driver's seat and driving a car while I've got both hands full of floodlight. Let's just say these things are very collapsible. Optimism is just a manifestation of positive mental attitude. There's nothing wrong with that. Just don't let it overly affect your decision making in the cases of FOMO and buying stuff, and everybody will be happier for it. Slop unless proven otherwise is my approach. Hey, Bloody, how's it going? Alright, so we are putting this JS3T here. Oh yeah, no, of course, this save, we have already determined that Dani's journey will end when 42.20 comes out. And at that point, it'll be a judgment call. I've had a lot of folks ask me whether I'm just going to start over right away. And I've been leaning towards yes, but if the update proves to be very insubstantial, if nothing feels different really, then I will definitely be putting Zomboid on the shelf for a few minutes. I won't be, whatchamacallit, taking myself broke on interest levels for the game overall. I don't even know if I want to deploy these large metal shelves. I might just put them away for now. gonna hold on to that gas can. I keep looking at it and thinking, yeah, I've got to put that somewhere. No. We're in a situation where we don't have a local gas station set up yet, so I need to hold on to that gas can in case I need to start distributing. I think I saw a water cooler upstairs. That is relevant to my current interests. Yes, water cooler. What do we got in this? 10 liters. Let's fill that all the way up with something from up here. Then we'll bring it downstairs somewhere more convenient. I think the shower heads in this universe don't actually... No, they don't actually have any water in them. I'm also going to... I might just go ahead and move the fridge downstairs. That would make my life easier. Alright, so I have removed enough stuff that I'm at 9 encumbrance. I can pick up a fridge. Ooh, there was some glue in the trash. That's something that I wish I had seen earlier. Alright, moving most of the kitchen downstairs. I'll get the stove on another run. Obenser? Is that how you pronounce it? Obensayer? I'll take a look. Extremely detailed games are definitely within my realm of interest here. Alright, new location for the fridge. How about right there? Cookware can go in there. TBA on the rest of that. ghetto, but we got our sink, we got our fridge, and now we've got our... Let's unequip this, and I've got our stove downstairs. Much easier than having to run upstairs all the time. Last but not least, let's get just some container, any container for small form food. I don't expect to need anything bigger than that. What would be thematically appropriate to go next to a red toolbox? It'd be a little bit clash to go straight to a green cabinet, but I will do that if I don't find something better here. Could just straight up do shelves, why not? Shelves would not fit. We've got a door right here. What about a different kind of shelves? You'd be surprised just what you can stack on top of things here. Oh, never mind. Can't do that. But you can put the shelves directly on top of the stove here. But I think the posters are blocking it. Yeah, look at that. Wild. Now that is one industrial kitchen right there. I'm here for it. We'll put cookware directly over the stove then. See, now that just looks goofy because it looks like the it looks like the whatchamacallit. There's boxes on top of the burner. There's not, but it looks like it looks like there is. But that means we've got a home for non-perishable food now. And that was what I needed to do. Alright, we still got a little bit of daylight left before we get tired here. Much nicer. For anybody joining, welcome. This is our base. Basically, this is the farthest northeast building on the entire map. If we look at the map itself here, I can give this place a nice big B now. It is a proper base. I'll have to wait to give it a green circle because it's not 100% secure yet. Got to rebuild a door. But yeah, this is the farthest to the northeast anywhere on the map. We can even verify that here on the map website. There is nothing beyond us, just wilderness and the edge. Lots of other things to look at in Louisville Airport, though. Some of them rather Zed-infested. What GPU do I use? This is a RTX 4090. Specifically, the primary is a gigabyte. The secondary is a an MSI. Sitting pretty at around 10 out of 24 gigabytes of VRAM. I mean, if the raccoons want to get close enough for me to shoot them and get some rodent meat, then that is their prerogative. Set phasers to stun. This is a very big place, so it will take a minute to assemble any sort of a group out of the people who are outdoors here. We might not even hit combat music for a minute. Ave indeed. That's an interesting thing, Bloody. They would need to improve a few things about the way they do 3D before they could do that for everything. There's not going to be many coming from the north here. Yeah, it looks like they're all south. Okay. Just looping all around this side then. I don't think we've spawned in the actual interior of the terminal yet. Oh, okay, so you know what? Here in the hangars, we've seen a few of them already, lots of spare floodlights. I think using those floodlights as a point of reference for a pipe bombing is a valid strategy. So, let's see. Do we not have hangars on this side of the fence? Are they all on the other side here? I think they're all on the other side. So that only made a small amount of progress at actually getting them together, because they're all very far spread apart. I'm going to take the floodlight here and use this as a point of reference for pipe bombing. I've done that once before, as far as I recall. It worked out all right. It's not quite as tall as the other, whatchamacallit, the other, like the street lights that I like to use. But I think the color shift, the bright yellow, I think that helps just as much. You could say that, Bloody, and you'd be correct for most of the time, but sometimes Zomboid is just so inefficient that it doesn't matter how good your PC is. You know what? Let's do ye old pipe bombing up here. Just do it in the center of one of these tiles, I guess. So I want to try to get close enough to the terminal that we can pull some people out of it and not have to wait 2 years for them to get to us. We only have one pipe bomb currently constructed, but we do have the materials to make more. So, linking this one to the remote controller, our timestamp is 1 hour and 35 minutes. Arm and set remote pipe bomb. Set phasers to stun, boys. Down here, 13500. And the party starts. Well, this is going to take a minute. Hey, there's another airport security truck. Beautiful. I'm hoping this one has a better engine quality. I'm going to try something a little risky here. This isn't going to work. I was going to break a hole in the wall to try to let these zombies through the, whatchamacallit, the security shutters there that are not attackable. But that's not happening. There's too many of them wandering up and then realizing they can't get through. They can go around the entire building this way. I made sure of that. But that takes quite a bit of effort to pull them all the way around. Now, honestly, there should be no need to take damage doing this. My vehicle's, this fire truck here is, still my best in the fleet. Best until proven otherwise. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do the same thing that I did, last time I did this sector here. I'm just going to bust one hole in this fence on this side. Just one. Don't worry, I know my timings. Well, I could have done that better so I wouldn't have to go around, but, you know. One thing at a time here. Okay, here we go. I see an opening, I'm taking it. Just doing the same thing again here. I get the sinking suspicion I still haven't spawned in the building. Despite getting that close and literally blowing out a couple of gates from it. Yeah, no, way too many intact windows. I have not spawned in that building yet. That's fine. That's fine. All things in good time. If I take everybody outside of it first, then that makes the interior a little bit more manageable to do in a separate chunk tomorrow. We're running out of daylight today anyway. It's already going to be a little bit... It's definitely going to be dark by the time we detonate. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got the pipe bomb planted on a street light that we planted ourselves in the form of this yellow floodlight in the top left quadrant right there. I'm gonna go ahead and put the sledgehammer away. You spawned the building from the shutters. I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to say that you have to spawn the building by looking into an open door or window. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I mean, like, I've driven directly underneath some of the loading, whatchamacallit, whatever they call the little things that connect to the planes. Gates, maybe. I mean, maybe because Dani is just so lucky, maybe Dani didn't actually get very many people inside the airport. I seriously doubt that. I feel like that's probably not even possible. Have a little bite to eat here. Today it'll be stir fries, but we got bowls for tomorrow. All the ingredients we brought with us are just eggs and kale, so definitely salads in the future. Yes. Okay, so just to recap what is so important about the fire truck. First of all, anything with a light bar can do what I'm doing right now. But everything other than a truck with a light bar has a trunk that is more susceptible to getting bumped into by zombies and therefore damaged. In addition to that, everything else with a light bar, that you can only access the trunk by going directly behind the vehicle. With this vehicle, I can get out and approach the trunk from any number of 3 directions. And because of that, storing weapons in the trunk means I literally have a mobile weapon rack that I can approach from multiple directions. That's very important to me for a heavy combat truck. So even though the storage is a little bit lower than, say, an ambulance, or one of the ones, like the trucks with the covered beds, the bull drivers. The bull drivers, I'm going to be real with you, the bull drivers they're just weaker ambulances. 10 horsepower weaker than an ambulance in terms of engine power, and you can't access the trunk from the cab. So if you see something with a light bar with a covered back to it, it's just a weaker ambulance is all it is. That's why you usually see me using either ambulances or D6 pickup trucks. But yeah, being able to, I mean, just let me demonstrate real quick. Let's say that I wanted to get out of the truck right now and get one of my coffees in the bed of the truck. I could just do that, as opposed to having to go all the way around behind the vehicle. That's an important thing. Ease of access, that's probably the best way to phrase it. Also, the ambulances and the bull drivers are sometimes, maybe not the bull drivers, but definitely the ambulances. They're so big that sometimes you can't see zombies on the other side of them. Like, there are, like, situations where you'll park the vehicle and a zombie could be on the other side of it. I still love my ambulances, don't get me wrong, but once I get to the point where I'm doing pipe bombs, I usually prefer to transition to a D6 for that. I mean, ambulances are a lot more common than D6s with light bars. D6s with light bars, these are very few and far between. And don't be fooled by the Ranger ones. There's a Ranger variant of the D6, and there's also a Fossoil variant. The Fossoil and the Ranger D6 with the yellow light bars. Those both look the same and feel the same until you look at the engine horsepower. And you see that it's 400 instead of 480. That 80 horsepower is the difference between being able to tow a step van and not being able to tow a step van. This fire truck and the airport security trucks have the extra horsepower needed to tow a step van properly. So this is going to be our group here. It's smaller compared to what we'll actually get out of the terminal, but this will at least ensure that we'll be able to get the terminal to spawn in an orderly fashion. Perhaps we'll do that tomorrow. Getting the whole terminal dealt with is that's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a fun challenge. I'm here for it. I'd probably put this at like 200 or so, maybe 150. It's definitely not what I expected from a Louisville airport, whatchamacallits, terminal area. But my experience here last time was soured by the fact that the terminal spawned in pretty much as soon as I got here. You know, now that I think about it, if I had turned this into a battery-powered floodlight, I'm willing to bet that the radius of the light coming from it would probably be a very solid indicator as to where the explosive would reach to. I gotta try that sometime. It's too late now, but maybe next time. I didn't even mention that we have critical mass. I mean, it's so easy to get it on the terminal out here. Let me count this real quick. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So just slightly out of range of the whatchamacallits, the large tiles. Let's get my UI ready here. That actually would have been a decent moment right there. One more pass then. Yep. Mostly blind. Very successful. But like I said, you know, this was hardly the biggest group we did. I'm just going to go ahead and recover the floodlights. There's no need to leave them there. The fact that the floodlights are still there, that might not be like that forever. Someday we might damage our own buildings if we put a pipe bomb directly beneath them. We took virtually... Okay, we did take a small amount of trunk damage. Just enough, actually, that I can't put the remote controller back unless I do that. Okay, we're good. Terminating pursuit. Oh, thank you. My real face. I don't know if I'd call it impressive, but yes, that is indeed my real face. Kind of revamping a few things as I close in on that 1,000 subscriber mark. And this is the lovely thing about the airport. It's just so wide open. We've just got to roll down the road a little bit, and here's our base. Easy peasy. This is within range, isn't it? Yeah. I would like to be able to see outside. Put this garbage bag here with the next, with the whole other bunch of steel sheets. And another floodlight. This is probably a floodlight that I'll want to hold on to. So I'll just drop it here as an item, I think. And we're only a little bit late for bed. Let me finish off my stir fry here. And with the sink. You know, when I decided that I'm going to change my profile picture, I realized I got to do a new banner, and I kind of came up with that one on a whim. Just me contemplatively watching her eat chips. I feel like that's very emblematic of certain aspects of the stream here. YouTube, when it comes to channel banners, is very, 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 very weird. Channel banners on YouTube are like... you have to, like... Where is it? I pulled up a... if I go to my desktop, if I go to YouTube, if I go to... Where is it? Here it is. This is what you have to do if you want to do a channel banner on YouTube. The center of it here, the text and logo safe area, that's how it shows up on all devices. Now, for most people who pull up a channel, they'll be on, like, you know, a computer, for example, or a tablet. They'll see into the left and the right of this little segment in the middle. But then everything else is visible on a TV. And about 20% of my viewers do watch on YouTube TV apps, so trying to come up with something that is actually sensible at all resolutions was a very interesting thing. Most people won't be able to see what the rest of the banner looks like, but this is what it looks like on a TV. 4 out of 5 of my viewers won't see that because they don't watch on the YouTube TV app. But yeah, a little bit of meta stuff there. I'm going to go ahead and repair the trunk of the truck here. Hopefully it will be cooperative with us. We're at like 76% chance of success. I only need 1 repair, but I'm going to take 3 sheets because who knows? Maybe I'll fail twice in a row. That's the stage we're at right now. Success. Beautiful. We're going to go, actually, I'm going to take the race car. I'm going to take the race car, and we're just going to go and yank the vehicle that I wanted to grab. That would be another of these airport security trucks. So far, we've found 3. One of them we took back to our base already. It was not particularly impressive in engine quality. This one ended up being, what was it, 80. The one we took back to base was 85, I think. But we have a second fire truck at 87. So if the airport security truck that we spotted, that we should have easy access to now that we wiped out those Zeds, If that truck is less than 87, then at some point Danny will just transition to an 87 fire truck, as opposed to a 100 that has a very damaged trunk that can no longer be effectively repaired. Now there may be stragglers here, so eyes up. I did myself a favor for the bombing when I opened up the gate here, but I've done myself no favors at this particular juncture. But these guys seem oblivious, and I'm here for it. I didn't even look at it, I just grabbed it. Because even if it doesn't have that good of an engine quality, I want it for my collection anyway. Your D6 will make a fine addition to my addiction. Can you see my traits? My character sheet is linked in the description. Danny's character sheet is the one you're looking for. I also explain a little bit about my trait selection. Alright, let's see what we got, boys. Let's see what we got. Pretty numbers. Engine quality 87. Okay, then. So, this D6 right here remains my only D6 with an engine quality of 100. And the two runner-ups are an 87 of the same color and variety, or this 87 right here. So, I mean, you know, that's just pretty straightforward. For the sake of variety, I'll definitely be using this one. Its parts may look nice, but the tires are all old, and the brakes and sus are regular. So, the trunk could use a repair. So even though we just picked it up, its trunk is a little damaged. The hood could use a touch-up. Let's just see what we got in the, I never even looked into these MM trucks. These are full of vehicle parts. Hey, another charger. I'm always here for that. A few spare engine parts. Some regular sus, a performance tire. I'm here for that. Standard battery, fully charged. Don't ask me why the batteries are fully charged. We did have a key to this one after all. I'll leave it on the seat, I guess. Bunch of random stuff in the trunk here. It's a sports car battery that's not charged. Odd. Okay. I'm not going to question that any further. So, nothing particularly impressive for heavy duty except for one tire in there. Who knows? Maybe that'll be the tire that we actually need. Let's get the random crap we picked up out of the way. And then we'll catch a sleep, and we'll proceed from there. These are going to largely just be decorative here. Alright, catching second sleep. Yeah, I agree with you, Gloria. The fact that a mechanic at level 10 can't really do anything about engine quality makes this game feel incomplete. So we now have a car battery charger that we can leave here. I want to always have car battery chargers in every one of my vehicles, or every one of my main vehicles, right? So the expedition ambulance here and the combat truck. But we just found another one, so now we've got a locally sourced one that we can leave here. Looks like we got another day of good weather here. So the sniper rifle on my back remains very relevant. Very relevant indeed. Didn't actually check what kind of parts are on the MM trucks themselves. That's going to be the next thing because they are most likely never going to be used again. We're just going to have them as donor boards. This is all just non-heavy duty stuff that I'm putting on the floor here. And heavy-duty stuff that's kind of weak, I'll probably put on a shelf here. So like this regular stuff, I don't know if I'll ever want a regular. But just in case, I'll leave it on that shelf. Separate. If I wanted to do part harvesting, I would need my tools for that. So we're going to put the rifle back for now. And get my tools out so I can put those on my back. Tires look garbage, brakes kind of garbage, and sus kind of garbage. Well then, this thing is definitely not my... It's got an okay looking gas tank. 100% condition big. So I'm here for that. Now that's what I'm talking about. Performance tires all in the perfect zone. Give me every one of those. Okay, so we now have 4 perfect performance tires. Gonna put those right next to this bad boy. Next, we need to look at brakes. What do we got for brakes here? This thing's got performance, but only 2 of them are perfect. And the sus is regular. It does have a perfect seat. Leave the key in the glove. I don't expect I'll ever use this again. I'm going to steal the seat and then the engine parts. We got 14 engine parts from that. That should be more than enough to bring pretty much everything up to 100. That is not currently. We had some that were like close, and then this one here is like, what was it? 89? Yeah, this is not. Barely needs it. Abuski. Did either of you need engine? Not you. You definitely need an engine. Yep. Alright, so that used up all my parts. We are at 91%, so the other MM will definitely top us up. Let's check the shuttle. We harvested it literally for its parts. Regular tires, performance brakes, regular sauce. So, suspensions, of all things, are what we are not currently in possession of. Let's take rear left off here. Don't ask me why you can suddenly hear the battery charger. It is 70 tiles away in behind a door. 2 doors, actually. This game is strange sometimes. I wish I could tell you what causes seats to take wear and tear, but I couldn't. It must be like putting items on the seats. That's the only thing that I can think of that could cause wear and tear, because I have pretty much never sat in the passenger seat of my of this vehicle right here, my the heavy combat one, and yet the passenger seat has taken more damage than the driver's seat. They were both 100% when I first started using this. Couldn't tell you what happened. I suppose I should check and see what these have got. Because whatever it is, if it's perfect, it doesn't need it. This is regular, brakes regular, and tires old. Okay, never mind. Regular, regular, regular. Wow, nobody, literally nobody in Louisville Airport has got good suspensions. That sounds to me like we're going to go check the parking lot on the other side. I'm going to leave the brakes here. I don't need them right now. We are in the market for one more performance brake. And multiple... a full set of suspensions at least. Just one set of 4. That'll do the trick. There were like 6 of these shuttle buses out in the parking lot, so I don't suspect we'll have any trouble finding that. Okay, we did not get as much of the parking lot as I thought. Not that we're looking at anything insubstantial here. I can easily melee these guys with what I've got. And I do have plenty of handgun. That one's got performance ×3, I think. This one's got regulars. This one's got performance ×2. So I want to steal a couple of performance from the one on the bottom here, and then we'll tow back the other one. Get my sword out here. Oi. Right here, buddy. Let's just kill all the local resistance. Nobody else noticed me for now. Looking like it. They're creeping, though. They're definitely creeping. You see them in the bottom left there? Yeah, I'm surrounded on all sides, but they don't notice me yet, so we're good. We're taking off the front, left, and rear right. Alright, with that we've got enough suspensions between this one and the one we're going to steal. I'm also going to take the hood and windshield from this van. It's a performance muffler too. Tempting. Have any incoming yet? Not yet. They're distributing all over the place randomly. Oh, there's a gun. What kind of public servant carries a gun in the glove compartment of his, whatchamacallit, of his, van? What an odd fellow. Alright, got all that out of the way. Putting the parts that I've harvested from other vehicles into the trunk. Okay. Do we have how much more room is in that trunk? It's mostly full. Definitely don't have room for tires. Unless I want to start putting them on seats. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, he says, as he just does it anyway. It's alright. Nobody's coming in yet. Still have a moment or two here. These six-seaters can actually carry quite a lot of loot if you're willing to go through all the tedium of putting a garbage bag full of loot on every single seat. That's a lot of work. That is a lot of work, more work than I'm even willing to do most of the time. What have we got? A total of 5 tires? That's more than enough. I mostly just wanted to yank a couple of the brakes off of this one. Alright, we are out of here. The vehicular heist is met with nothing but success. There's always got to be one guy to mess you up, though. Let's see. Medium, I'll do a loop around here. We call that the loop around. Alrighty. Now you'll notice that the race car is not towing this one as fast as it tows every other vehicle. For some reason, these 6-seater Franklin value lines are just the worst in every respect. They have the highest, whatever that number is that I think Red Naru did a video on. There's a number that just was arbitrarily added to vehicles that makes it harder for them to move. Like, not just to tow, but just to move. And whatever that number is, it's the highest on these 6-seater vans. That's alright, we're not going too far, and we can still at least make it into 30 miles an hour here. So the tires are performance, but 2 of them are garbage. We'll leave the garbage ones off to the side here. 84% is garbage. Past me would slap current me for saying that, but that's the paradigm for Apocalypse now. Alright, with that, we've got all the parts needed to do a full undercarriage rebuild of our new primary truck there. And that is what I'm here for. Everything else is extras. Basically anything not perfect, but still performance will go off in this separate pile here. Repairable wear items. Just leave over here somewhere conspicuous. Straight to 100% with the trunk. I'm just going to swap the gas tank with the one over there on the other vehicle that has already has a perfect big one. I think the other LVA here had a perfect big. No. This one maybe? Not even close. I knew one of them did. That would be this one. Perfect big gas tank, can fit 75 liters of gas in it. How far off is my... Oh, if you're talking about my, Hey, good morning, kitten. If you're talking about my book, so the rough draft is still missing, Act 5. So I would say that the rough draft, the first draft, is about 4/5 of the way complete. And the, whatchamacallit, the, after I complete the rough draft, we would say that I would be about 2/3 of the way complete with the actual, getting the book out there. Because the number of steps that I'll have to take after just finishing the draft, contracting out an editor, and then contracting out some artwork, most likely. There's a part of me that wants to do all the artwork myself, but... and when I say artwork, what I really mean is just a cover, chapter banners, and maybe some concept art for the characters. But that's all TBA. That is all very TBA. Because, I'm a pathological do-it-yourselfer. So trying to figure out exactly what I can and should do myself is still a work in progress. So this regular crap that is not in perfect condition goes in here with the rest of it. Yeah, only when the juices flow, which is, honestly, I'm going to be real with you, doesn't happen as often as I'd like. I have been stuck at a particular scene in the in Act 4, And it's a question of, okay, so I know that a character is going to do something, but it's the character motivation behind it and how to properly articulate that character motivation. Without, just, I don't want to fall into Christopher Nolan does this a lot if you watch, like, Interstellar. Like, the characters will sit down and they'll have a chat and they'll talk about their deep motivations, their underlying motivations. I don't want necessarily to just spell it all out. Just actually trying to get the characters to articulate their motives, or in a either a direct way elsewhere in the story, or I need it to make sense when characters do things, either before or within a reasonable time afterwards. Otherwise, I feel like I have not told a very good version of the story. And I can do that. There's many vehicles of doing that. At one point, I actually have a flashback, almost in the middle of, kind of at a low point in the middle of a combat sequence. A flashback to somebody who you wouldn't expect to be able to handle a firearm is capable of handling a firearm. But I don't want to do that too often. I think Demon Slayer does that amazingly on occasion, but I think they Gochuge did that a little too much, or especially early on. I mean, God, tell me, take a shot. Go watch Demon Slayer and tell me how many. Take a shot every time they do a flashback, and tell me how you feel the next day. I'll wait. It's flashbacks are like, they must be used sparingly. That's kind of the way I feel it. Otherwise, they're a very, very, very useful way of articulating character motives, because you don't have to explain it that way. You don't have to fully explain this is why this character is doing this thing. You can show it. Show, don't tell. But yeah. Let us. Are we going forward with the rebuild now? Or are we missing anything else? There was a window, and I think that's it. Yeah, just a window. Everything else is on it. Beautiful. There's a few things that I do in my books that I don't know if anybody else does it, but if they do, that's awesome, and they should. More people should. Every time I start a new what's the right word? A new section. Not necessarily a chapter, but a section of a chapter. At the header of it is just a couple of brief lines that indicate the exact timestamp and the character and something about the scene. Let me give an example here. Go to Documents, Kadena. Go to Chapter 2 here. If you look at you've got the whatchamacallit. You've got the title of the chapter, and then you've got the timestamp, just a brief little blurb, and then who the character is from the perspective that the segment is. I kind of stole this from Warhammer. If you've read the Horus Heresy, the writers of that series they do this inconsistently. But they do try to make it clear at the top of a section what character you're seeing the perspective from. So I kind of took that and ran with it, ran to a different place with it. And there's different things that I put in there, like the timestamp, for example, is going to be in a different calendar era based on which character's perspective it's coming from. The characters come from different places, and those different places follow different character eras. So this one is Anno Trilio, which is in the year of the Trill, and this one is Anno Caelestum, which is in the year of Den Celestum. That is two separate calendar eras, and then of course time zones. Sometimes they literally we will jump between time zones at some point. So coming up with a name for all 18 time zones on the planet was an interesting thing, to say the least. Yes, and flashbacks again are just like, you got to use them sparingly, though. I feel like there's no better example of overusing flashbacks than Demon Slayer, and I don't even think anybody really holds it against Demon Slayer necessarily, because it's still one of the most popular manga/anime series on the planet right now. But yeah, you can definitely, too much of a good thing can mess up the taste buds. That should just go in my backpack. That is our stir fry. That'll last us through the night, mostly. Picked up some extraneous stuff. Let's get rid of that. Let's see. That's 4. We'll do a disassembly of electrical stuff soon here. Alright, we got that window replaced. Now we can do the entire undercarriage. Give me 4 of these brakes here. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a 99.6% condition airport security Chevrolet D6, with the only part that I couldn't obviously fix being the heater. Now, the battery is not charged. We're going to yank the battery out, slap it on the charger. Am I immediately going to start using this? I might. TBA on that. It is already 1,700 hours. I do not yet... It's not yet a good moment to be starting a new pipe bombing if I'm going to spawn in one of the big buildings. If I were to spawn in the terminal right now, that would be such a big fight that I would be going well past midnight at this rate. I'm not going to do that yet. However, there may be a smaller bombing... Okay, all this talk about bombings, I don't have any more bombs. I do need to make more bombs, so that is another factor. We'll definitely need to spend the night making more bombs. Should have no problem with that, but, well, we don't have our ammo vans with us. That's a factor, too. We did just find a box of 9mm. So we combine that with just 10 loose rounds from something else we're shooting. And there's 3 pipe bombs right there, okay. So we don't need to go get another ammo carrier right now. Not yet, at least. I appreciate that. In terms of when it says write so much, we are looking at... I had an easy way to track this, but File Explorer is being inconsistent with me here. If I go to comments, check the box for comments, put it over there. Can't have that while I have it open, so let me fix that, close that, and it 134,514 words is the current total. So if that is 4/5 of the book, I have absolutely no idea what the final couple of chapters are gonna entail. Some of them, as you can see, my chapters, some of them can get as much as 8,600 words. Some of them are as small as what was the smallest? I think one was in the 3,000s, actually. Oh, I'm actually pretty balanced. Anywhere between 4,000 and 8,000 words. I thought one of them was... Okay, fair enough. I've done many editing passes through the earlier material. For better or worse. If you ever hear, somebody, like, giving you writing advice saying don't self-edit, there's a lot of merit to what they're saying. Self-editing is a double-edged sword, because you might not be making much progress, because in order to resolve whatever needs to be resolved, you might need a fresh set of eyes. So self-editing, it's definitely a rabbit hole not worth going down, but that doesn't mean that it's not worth doing at all, in my humble opinion. At the very least, when I do contract out my editor, I will have given them something that is a little bit more than a rough draft. Another performance sus. Leave that there. And just a random M9 that we found, I'll put that in our loot carrier for returning later. Much later. Yeah, honestly, getting things down onto paper, you know, I'm sure you've seen the meme, just right. That is kind of important, if nothing else, because once you get it onto paper, it gets a little bit easier to move it to other places. In addition to, you know, moving it out of the concept phase and whatnot. What I'm going to do now... What am I going to do now? You know, I might just spend the rest of the evening chipping away at the parking lot in the front with regular weaponry. There's no need to pipe bomb them. They did not seem to be in extreme numbers. In fact, if I just go ahead and do that now, I could probably spend most of the evening getting the parking lot in the front cleared out. So we could do a bombing in the front. The front lot would feel a little bit better for that. Get through here. I can get through here. Let's engage from this area here. Trap a carbine is going to be the name of the game. Perhaps I'll have the M16 on standby. I will load 3 magazines for the M16 in my backpack. So if they get a little bit too dense for my taste, then we can just pick the M16 up and we're already magazined up. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively open another 45 ACP here. Now I'm hoping that it'll be a minimal number that come around from the bottom left there. I'll be checking it diligently, but as long as there's not too many, then I won't feel surrounded. If anybody's not familiar with the general strategy here, we want to keep the corpses in places where we don't intend on driving very much. Can't really drive through a streetlight, so killing them under streetlights. That's something that I'll do even early game. If I were to go start another character right away when 4220 drops, then that's something I would be doing just as much as I'm doing it now. Okay, this parking lot looks pretty clean. So, what we do now is we set up a place underneath a streetlight for a bombing. It looks like one of the closest, most reliable streetlights would be this one here. We can keep our distance from the buildings as they are and get these cars out of the way and not have very many obstacles out here. one of many reasons that I like this particular type of D6. Its towing force is much stronger than a standard D6. It can do most vehicles backwards. Actually, I think it can do anything backwards. It's going to struggle a little bit with the value lines. I mean, that's everything, though. Value lines are just so difficult to work with. Just because the apocalypse doesn't mean we don't, we just abandon our principles when it comes to parking. This is not an easy tow. Towing anything forward is always difficult. But we don't gotta go far. This last one here. And that'll do it for tonight. That is not an angle I can hook up from. That might be, I don't know. Nope, the game is very sensitive now about angles and distances. Gotta be a pretty straight line when you hook up for towing. No exceptions. That's why I just went forward with the other one. Alright, swinging it on around here. So now this street light right here is going to be our bombing site. Now, I predict, to be entirely honest with you guys, I predict that the crowds we're going to have to deal with are going to be so large that it would not in the slightest be a waste of time to move just a few more cars out of the way. Yeah. If I hadn't left the wood axe on the ground back at base, I would probably be pulling it out and whacking a few trees right there. I might just do that with my firefighter axe. In fact, let me just... Okay. Now that I've at least got minimum viability, and I know that I won't end the world if I do it, let's just bring them all over here. See what we're dealing with out here. Remember, the interior of the building, thousands and thousands in there, they don't exist until we get close to a window or a door that allows us to see inside. So that's why you're not seeing a billion of them smash their way out of the airport right now. Looks like we got too fast from the back. One more fast coming from the back. Okay. Didn't get anybody's attention with that. There's another fast from behind there. Ooh, okay then. Not sure what's... Some sort of floodgate down there seems to have let... It's not... Okay, not a floodgate. Just a little pressure on the pumps there. Let's fall back and use the fence to get them to come around. The closer they are to the fence, the farther they are from my drivable surfaces. That's what I'm here for. Now, I didn't think we could do this, but it looks like that 2 to the horn actually is bringing people around the corner from the south. There's, like, to the fence for this place. The south fence for the airport does extend pretty much all along the parking lot, but there is a way around. So a number of these people from the commuter gas station down there seems to have gone around the fence entirely. And that's alright, I mean, you know, we'll deal with them. I don't expect it to be an extremely large amount. But we'll take it by ear. I can't see around these trees, so I must be careful. It's been an unknown quantity exactly what's going to come at us from that commuter or the shuttle bus stations. It's also a ragdoll stuck on the floor down there. I see him. Wait, what? No, I don't see him. Got him. Sitting there making noise, throwing off my auditory. I do have one very slow one coming up from the north. We are now fatigued, doing less melee damage. To this day, I do not understand the full extent of the impact to my shooting capabilities when I'm fatigued. You see the Moodle shaking. I don't think it would be shaking if it wasn't doing anything. But it just doesn't feel like it's stopping me from nailing them with headshots any more than my regular aiming problems are. It's amazing what a couple toots of the horn can do in a place like this. Because it's been a minute since we've tooted the horn, but they've just been steadily showing up anyway. ACP, we're at 26 shots. I'm going to open another box. I would just peace out, but if I can get the bulk of these guys, then it's a lot less work after they would distribute all over the place. What am I doing? Got a much bigger flashlight right here. Two coming around top. Wet podcast meeting. That's one way to do it. Welcome back. My shout out to anybody who must work weekends. I feel you. I used to be there. And in a small way, I still am. I'm on call in the gap hours, but wouldn't wish it on anybody at this point. Weekends are part of a balanced lifestyle. And there it is. I think we've got them. So we'll be just a little bit late for bed, but otherwise we are out of here. Winds of water. That is not one I am familiar with. Hopefully that's not the worst thing in the world. That's the sound of a light bulb breaking. Never get tired of hearing that sound. Alright, we need to make some more pipe bombs. That is our overnight task tonight. We've got... we happen to loot a box of 9mm. That box of 9mm is 50 bullets, and I would like to make 3 pipe bombs, so we need 60. 20 bullets per bomb. I am going to use 357. Yeah, I'm going to use 357. That is the thing I have the most of right now. Now, I brought my bomb making kit in the race car, as well as my filter recharge kit. Along with some broken iron pipes. We got 2 of those there. That's just a random JS3T. That can stay there. So in one hand, the trauma bag is our bomb bag. Other hand is the golf bag. That is our filter recharge. Bomb bag right here next to the electrical supplies. Filter bag nearby. And before we get started, we disassemble any electrical items we picked up recently so that we can use locally sourced electrical parts. Because this is a bit of a doozy. Pipe bombs, if you underestimate how much electrical parts they use, you will piss away every single one you got, and suddenly you'll be wondering where all of your electrical parts for your generators are. So it looks like we have about 10 locally sourced parts here. Also some duct tape and twine, locally sourced. Alright, next we are dismantling some... Actually, I should sharpen my sword, man, before I forget about it. That sword got pretty dull there. All swing and no sharpen makes sword a dull boy. We need to gather gunpowder from bullets. We're going to start with the 59mm rounds. That's probably going to take up the rest of the night, actually. It does take a fair bit of time per bullet, and having to do all 50 here. Okay, we still have a little bit of time. You know what? Since I happen to have four broken iron pipes, we're going to go for 4 bombs, which means I need another 30 gunpowder for a total of 80. It's 20 per bomb. As much as I love 357, 45 ACP has now taken over for it. It's alright, we are still kitted out. We are now crafting pipe bomb times 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are now crafting triggers times 4. Okay, that's getting tedious. Just combine the glue sticks, please. I hate having like 6 leftovers here. The crafting menu is having me select an empty glue stick, apparently. Odd. So I just need 2 more now. Alright, we have 4 crafted triggers. Now we just need to put the triggers on the bombs. This is the part that caused duct tape. And I think we're going to run out of electrical parts. Yep, we are now out of electrical parts. We've only been able to make 2 remote bombs. So what I'm going to do is just hold on to all of that, along with a roll of duct tape here. And then we're going to find some more electrical parts tomorrow to finish those bombs. Once they're finished, we put them in the trunk of the truck and we proceed. I believe this battery is now charged. Stick that in our new truck here. That is the sound of somebody with a watch. Also known as a free electrical part. We'll probably harvest some watches from dead zombies. That will be after we sleep here. It's a very easy win. It is May 15th, 1995. So I don't think this character is going to make it to her 2-year anniversary. That would have to... That July 9th, 1995. That's 1 1/4 months away. We would have to do a lot of fast forwarding to reach that. I can't say that I'm above doing that. A lot of fast forwarding just to get a just to get an anniversary, but yeah. Let me get my screwdriver into my hand here, so that we don't have to keep taking it out of the backpack. And what we do, used to be able to do this, then we couldn't, and now we can again. Just stand over the piles of corpses and open the crafting menu, and you can take watches apart. Only sad part about this strategy is it will take, whatchamacallit, you will rapidly get sick. And I would not say that it's worth your filters to spend them on this. Although that depends on how desperate you are for electrical parts. Situationally, perhaps. Freaking wild that there's so many in this pile that, after all those, I still have not found whoever's beeping. A pox upon whoever decided that alarms need to last for 10 minutes. They don't. They really don't. Now, the most efficient way of doing this would be to kind of separate the area into 3x3 grids, and then stand in the center of each 3x3 grid, so that you ensure that basically every corpse you see the inventory at least once. That's going a little overkill for my current purposes. We've got 43 scrap electronics. That is more than enough. We can finish our current bombs and have plenty for the next set that we need to make. Literally don't have enough room in the bomb bag for all of them. That feels good. Our pipe bombs are now all remote pipe bombs. Into the trunk they go. And food for the day coming right up. A booski. We are deploying with bombs in hand. Beautiful weather outside. Ready for a thrashing. Alright, folks, here goes nothing. So, we have not yet spawned in the terminal. That is what's happening today. We have cleared a good chunk of vehicle obstructions in the parking lot. There's a few more vehicles we could clear that would help the situation slightly. Just these 3 standards on the right, I think. Maybe this taxi? I have once again forgotten to put my wood axe back into the trunk. Very silly of me. Not a good thing. Wonder if I can just do the thing. Nope. Oh, I hit him. I don't think I killed him, though. Nope. You just can't do it like you used to. I thought at first I would want to have a little bit of maneuver room on the right here, but that's not quite as important as the front of the building over here to the left. They actually won't be coming out of the right very much. Some of them might be, but not quite as much as it might seem. The only way to move this van is forward, unless I do some stupid stuff to get a hook up to the trunk there. So the if it's not obvious, if you're not familiar with the layout of the airport, underneath this awning is the white zone is for loading and unloading of passengers only. There is no stopping in the red zone. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I missed that movie. We should all be so lucky to get more Leslie Nielsen movies. Now that right there is one clean segment of parking lot. That is sometimes all I want out of life. You know what? I might not even pull this one backwards. I'm going to do some shenanigans with this. Remember, once you've hooked up a vehicle to another vehicle, you can move that vehicle in whatever way you choose to move it, including just straight up pushing it, if you've got the horsepower for it. Admittedly, it's a little hard to control that way. And you risk doing a little damage to your own vehicles. All for the sake of more driving space. That's how we roll. I'm gonna get the axe out, cut one or two trees so that I can see. And then we are gonna just fire up the light bar really close to the building and bring them all outside. Now, not all of these trees actually block line of sight. Understanding which ones do and which ones don't is part of the Zomboid skill for B42 here. I just need to be able to see them if I can swing it. Get it? If I can swing it, because it's an axe. I'll be here all night, folks. Okay, it looks like I underestimated this one here. I thought that one was not a line of sight blocker. It definitely is. That should be it for this side. I'm just gonna knock down all these. Alright, here we go. Timestamp, we are at 3 hours, 13 minutes. And we are acquiring ourselves one of our newly built bombs and a remote controller. And this is the side we will start with. Link, arm and set. Now, to spawn in the interior of the building, I'm just gonna slow roll, do a little mosey up on foot. What? Have it. Hold that thought. Okay, there's a few there. Are you gonna tell me that the whole building is nothing but pockets? That feels wrong. It's an airport. It's an airport during a national emergency. That's, Well then, we've got to start here. Let me show you what you can do when you have access to the start. You can do some shenanigans. Let's just see what kind of action there is in here, shall we? Perhaps they are just, they must be subject to random heat mapping even inside the building. That's the only explanation I have for this. This place should be swarming. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it's not. I mean, this is one of the biggest POIs in the game, so I was disappointed the moment I looked through that window, I'm not gonna lie. I guess we're going to have to do a bit of a orbit around the entire building and see what we're looking at further on the other side here. Wow. Alrighty then. I can't conceal the disappointment from my voice. I don't even... these are definitely going to amount to a group that's worth bombing. It's just... That's not what Nora dealt with. So that's not even close. Naturally. Now, Katie, are you talking about, have you visited this place yet on your current character? Or are we talking about just last time you were here on your regular character? Your non-high-pop characters? Maybe. I mean, you know, I can think of all kinds of lore reasons why the airport would more or less not be very populated. There was a no-fly zone established relatively early on, but that doesn't mean people wouldn't go to the airport. Never underestimate people when they get panicked. They'll do dumb things, including go to an airport even when there's a no-fly zone established. In your current high-pop, well, yeah, that makes sense. As the correct thing is to do, of course. That makes sense. If you hit it early game, then you can pull them pretty far out. Oh yeah, high car spawns will fill your parking lot up. I'm utterly baffled, guys. This, I didn't think it was possible for certain POIs to spawn in with a really, really tiny amount of zombies in it. And I know that to some people this doesn't seem tiny, but yeah, it is. This is a very tiny amount of zombies for the Louisville airport, trust me. After we deal with these guys, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I'll pull up some of my footage from Nora. Just so that we can side-by-side comparison what we're looking at here versus what I expected, reasonably so. I mean, we were last here on Nora as recent as 42.15.3. That's not that many versions ago. We're only on 42.19. Yeah, I mean, you know. I mean, okay, so now, okay. At this point, I now actually feel obligated to merge this horde with the ones from the transit hub here, which we can do. Sledgehammer in hand. That way they don't have to try to path all the way around. Very difficult for that that particular pathing. Nora didn't have 3x. Nora was default apocalypse, like all of my characters. Thank you very much. I literally consider a point of pride to be doing default everything. If you're talking about 3 times the current population because of stupid changes that went undocumented, or just random luck of the draw, either or. I'm not gonna lie, I always feel as though sheer zombie count has just been going down throughout B42, just in general, for Apocalypse. I can think of no better example than the Ekron Community College. Do 16 times now. That is that's insane. That is certifiably insane. But you know what? We're all insane a little bit. Yeah, I think they hit. Ekron Community College was really hit with a nerf bat, like unreasonably so. As far as libraries, it's way too powerful for how few zombies are there. I'm not like saying, you know, okay, everybody's got to be drowning in zombies everywhere. In fact, I'm quite the opposite. I know we have some folks in chat, and I appreciate you guys, but no, I'm quite the opposite of the folks in chat who just can't feel anything unless they're surrounded by zombies on every front. I do think that things should be relatively proportional. And it makes perfect sense, and it feels proportional that a college would have a lot of books and also a lot of people. But currently, Ekron Community College has a lot of books and not a lot of people, as far as I can tell. My last 2 characters, I mean, even pretty much all 3 of my last characters that I've streamed here, Dani, Nora, and Annie, have all not really been challenged very much by Ekron Community College. The reward feels very disproportionate to the challenge. Yes, KTO is describing exactly Anime's previous life. Anime Senior, from 42.7. She fought a ground war that would make this look like, well, actually it was kind of similar to this right here, just for Ekron Community College. But we didn't have a light bar vehicle at the time, and we were still in early game weaponry. We were using short blunt, and we were not fully leveled with it. And we didn't pack a lot of weapons. And what weapons we did pack were in a vehicle that we lost access to. So we had to spend 2 weeks improvising, just living off local houses, non-perishables and whatnot. Now, I'm not going to wait for everybody who's outside of KY Transit, like these ones in the far bottom left. I don't care about them. I just want to get these guys up at the fence here that are almost through. Come on, guys. Just come right through that fence. That's all you got to do. Don't take too much offense. Don't take too much offense. I mean, I know they're all slow. You know what? I'm gonna make this easier on myself. Because I expected there to be like 10 times as much as this coming directly out of the lobby, I placed the bomb all the way on this side. I'm gonna actually just relocate the bomb. That's easy enough to do. Disarm and take. Arm and set. So it is now just, you know, same area, but on the opposite side of the strip here. Yep. KTO, you're speaking my language right there. Gretchen the Loot Goblin is our next character, for sure. The only question is, will she start right away, or... Well, we're gonna look at those patch notes. We're gonna look at them hard. Now, there's another dimension to 42.20. I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, but I think I'm going to establish a presence on other... Well, there's no thinking anymore. I've already done it. I've got a Twitch account set up and everything. Not my 13-year-old Twitch account for my main channel, but my under Ginfidel. Got that set up already. Probably going to do a couple of other services. And see what kind of success I can get from streaming to multiple platforms. So I think, even if I find myself disappointed by the changes to 42.20, I'll probably start a new character right away anyway, and it will become a question of whether I immediately stick to her and go long and, you know, play nothing but Zomboid for the foreseeable future, or if I start, you know, branching out a little bit because I don't want to burn myself out in this game. It's too much fun. I don't want to burn myself out when I'm having this much fun. Being as I've never... Oops, I didn't notice that one behind the tree. Being as I've never actually tried something like the RV mod, there will be, you know, substantial reason if 42.20 feels very underwhelming, just to put Zomboid in the back burner and let the mod makers cook, you know? Okay, we have fully emptied KY Transit. So we've got our group. Now we're just trying to establish critical mass. Have you still not found Tailoring 5? Oh, I am sorry for your loss. This is a nice group. It's nowhere near as much as I expected, but it's a nice group. Maybe we'll get a much, much bigger group out of the loading docks. I can't rule it out. Can't promise anything, especially after what I'm seeing here. There is no promises. We might see just as pitifully small an amount there too. But yeah. See how the slow ones are now congregating right where I need them to be? We have moved the bomb to this location right here. Let me count the tiles real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So white lines in both directions, plus 1 or so tiles. And then from the outer curb, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So a couple tiles out from the crosswalk. That is our blast radius. You know, now that I've got my zoom levels turned up again, this is probably one of those, this is probably a moment that would look great for time-lapse footage. If I edited a time-lapse of how I drive in circles to establish a blob, yeah. This might be what I use if I ever, like, you know, make a standalone video on pipe bombing in Project Zomboid. This is feeling like some pretty good angles here, camera angles. Alright, we have critical mass over the target. Alright, setting up UI here. Yeah, boy. Ah, victory. Okay. We're going to call that one about, definitely higher than 95. I'm going to call that 97. Yeah, maybe about 98. Okay. Timestamp at 3 hours 33. Took about 20 minutes to establish that group. You'll have to forgive me. It would have taken a lot less time than that to establish the group if they were just coming out of the lobby right there like I planned for them to. But, well, sometimes plans don't go the way that you plan in ways that you didn't even consider. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, and whatnot. Oh, one of our first spoils of victory are right up here. Let's see what kind of engine quality we're looking at here in this pristine-looking baby. Oh, that's a 96.67 overall. Oh shit, I said the numbers, I'm sorry. Engine quality is only 63 though. It's so silly how the parts condition sometimes seems to be directly disproportional to the overall engine quality. Ridiculous. Oi, dude. You know that guy who's always really late to the party? Like, really late? Like, he's showing up, asking why everybody's leaving? That's Carl right here. That's alright. We don't hate him for it. We just laugh at him. Can't tow it backwards like that. One crossed wire, one piece of potassium chlorate, one errant twitch, and kablooey! Let's get that bush out of the way from behind and tow it backwards. That will at least get it home. No, I'm going to come back with the race car. It's going to be so much easier. I'm just going to come back with the race car. Yeah, we don't do that. We do front to back, the way God intended. That's alright. I would consider it to be a far more normal thing to not memorize Team Fortress Meet the Team videos from 15 years ago. Probably more than 15 at this point. Yeah, man, that's ancient. I was going to make YTPs of each of them. The only one I ever got around to was Meet the Spyro. Not Meet the Pyro, Meet the Spyro. That's on this channel. One of the few YTPs I actually got around to making. One of my earlier works, not my best, far from my best. Actually, I have to step away briefly IRL. Won't be gone very long at all. Just got to step away, put my, whatchamacallit, cups in the sink here. We'll have Dani chill in her office in the meantime here. Just step into my office and take a seat. Alright, folks, I will be right back in just a moment here. The chair transformation has completed. Appreciate everybody sticking around. I have returned. Alright, so we are taking the race car down there, and we're going to steal the ambulance we saw. Am I also... You know something I should have done a long time ago? I should have put a set of tools, vehicular tools, in the race cars, both of them. The other race car is back at base, so I can't do it now, but I've got a spare tire iron right there, and I've got a spare jack in here. We don't have room for a pump, and that's okay. Right? 3 plus 2? No, we have room for a pump. I'll just have to relocate the axe. So, of course, you're running a tight ship in a race car. Very tight ship. The axe, I'll put that on my lap here. So we can fit an iron and a jack in the glove. And then we do have room for the pump. But then we are like 5.6 out of 6. That would fill it up right there. You know, proper planning should ensure that I never need to use these bath towels again. And more than one book means I've also failed to plan. I think I can afford 2 books. Yes, okay, 2 books, a pillow, and a firefighter axe on the driver's seat. And then a full set of vehicle tools in the passenger. I'm sorry, not the passenger, but the passenger needs to stay empty. That's literally the biggest storage thing in the race car. Vehicle tools, a couple spare food items in the glove. Yes, this feels much better. Again, if I need to use bath towels, that's a skill issue. That means I have failed to plan properly for my insulation requirements. Oops. Damn it. There we go. I never even looked at the engine quality of this one, but it's worth a peek. 83. That's one of the best step vans in my fleet right there. Aside from, of course, the Jorgensen & Sons that happens to have 100. So this one's coming home first. I think it might be better than the other one. think we can get rid of the LVA shuttle bus here. It's just in the way at this point. Put the regular stuff in the trash where it belongs here. Yank the rest of anything that could be useful. And we'll get it off the lot. Seat occupied. Oh, right. I put tires on all the seats. Haha. Right then. Let's fix that. An easy way to carry multiple tires is to have, in your offhand, a large frame pack. You can fit 3 in those bad boys. Now, of course, tires being 15, we might hit the threshold. No, we're good. There is a threshold where, after a certain point, you cannot fit something into a bag, even if you theoretically should be able to. But look at that. We can carry 5 tires. I am carrying 5 tires right now. Where am I going to put them? How about... this one gets old. For now, I'll just put the perfect regular stuff in this one, just so that it's somewhere. And that is it. Yeah, everything else is either imperfect or we have no use for it. These middle windows, I couldn't ever think of a use for them. You can only ever put them on other 6-seater vans. Engine parts, give me those. They go into a separate bag of some sort. Garbage bag will work for now. Now I can get this eyesore off of my lot. Put it over there at the other one. What am I trying to do? What is this? Trunk-to-trunk nonsense. I made it myself. There is no link. I made it myself right here on stream. We just went to Zomboid mods, tag pack, which is just a, placeholder mod. What it was is a patch of mod that we made for, somebody made this for B41. There's a B41 mod. We just ported it to B42 here. So it doesn't exist on the workshop. But it's just, we opened it up in Photoshop and drained the saturation, lowered the lightness a little bit. Same with the military satchel and whatnot. There hasn't really been much demand, but I could upload that to the workshop at some point, I suppose. Did not know that there was any real demand for it. I mean, right now, the mod that I'm showing you guys right there is literally just a bunch of texture replacements for my specific purposes, including the custom helmet that I made, removing the leather strip patches from the clothing, and I think a couple of other things. What else did I have in there? Zomboid mods tech pack under. We tried a few things under sound, and it just didn't work. Yeah, that never worked. Yeah, we replaced the helmets and the bags, and we made all of the patches. We replaced them with invisible textures. Yeah, it's been 84 years. I mean, again, there's been no demand as far as I could see, but well, I could take that as demand. Yeah, we could do that. I don't think I've ever uploaded anything to the workshop for Zomboid before. I have collections. I have collections, but no, I don't have any. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's no compression. It's just some JPEGs with the correct names and the correct path is the most important part. All right, bedtime is upon us. How do you upload to Zomboid's workshop? Do you have to use a specific interface, or do you just upload it? I think you have to do it like through the main menu of the game, don't you? Yeah, see, items you posted, 0. But I do have collections. I have many, many collections. Yeah, the folder format, it's just the same as the original. All right, next steps. I couldn't remember if we had a performance muffler on the new truck already or not. Let's check that next. It is an old muffler. And actually, I think, you know what? An old muffler might be exactly what I want on a combat vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to have an old muffler on it. So the performance muffler we'll hold on to. So these performance parts shall go into the first van that's going home with us, the preferred one. None of the stuff on the floor here is heavy duty. We did put some regular stuff on here, and that is going into the other van. anything damaged just gets dropped on the floor here. I have no time for damaged stuff, not when there's this much perfect stuff laying around. Beautiful. That's my parking lot organized. I have an idea. First, we need food because we are hungry. Second, I do believe there's a bookshelf upstairs. I'm going to steal that, bring it down here, put those books in it. 2 bookshelves, look at that. Beautiful. Hey, Net Madhouse. Good to hear. Yep, we are getting closer to that 1,000 subscriber mark. So I've been doing a little bit of housekeeping. So I don't even have like the most basic channel introduction right now. I don't even have like a, you know, one of those simple, super simple videos. It's like, hey, I'm this guy and I do this thing. Not necessarily that I want to take myself too awful seriously. I really don't. But I also do want to make things straightforward and viewable and whatnot. Make things make sense. I should have been charging that battery. I'm gonna see. I want to move the library service van inside so I can just dump the library into the those bookshelves there. I'm gonna borrow the charge battery from airport security real quick. Oops, wrong one. That's more like it. We'll do entertainment material on the left, and these skill books that I don't really need on the right. Battery charger right here. I'm going to move that somewhere slightly more visible. Because now that the bookshelves are there, I might actually forget that it's there. It's a little harder to see. The bookshelves make things very hard to see sometimes. Oh, right, that one did need some engine work, so we have a purpose for some of these engine parts here. And a couple left over. Second bedtime is a go. Probably. Now there's a real question though, KTO. Do I, if I'm going to put effort into doing guides, do I put them here on the same channel that I live stream on, which live streaming is a very different appeal from edited videos, or is that me reviving my main channel finally? Again, these are, I have an irrational fear of doing that, but, no, I'm gonna have to get over it. Definitely gonna have to get over it. Alright, today's goal is we're gonna recover that ambulance. We're not gonna mess with its parts for now. The parts actually look fine. We're just gonna grab the ambulance, bring it back here. That'll be the last of the vehicles in the immediate area that I'm interested in collecting. Aside from maybe the propane carrier, it just looks cool. The propane carrier, if anybody didn't see it. Perhaps I'll grab it first and bring it back to this lot. Probably. My dream is to have channels that I'm as flexible with as like a guy like Rossman is. Rossman can post pretty much anything. The channel is the Lewis Rossman Variety Show is what it is. This parking lot here is just a parking lot, nothing special about it. The parking lot on the other side of this fence is the, whatchamacallit, the post office. Nope. Damn it, I just was not close enough. Okay, whatever. I can handle this. I can handle this. What am I doing? I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of this. Just control the pace, yeah. Just as long as we don't get flanked, we're fine. Ugh. I had to open my mouth. Alright then. Looks like we're doing this. I've been blessed with a lack of targets from the left or the bottom. Otherwise, I would have gotten back in that race car a long time ago. Okay. For these two more, and we're clear. Perhaps. Anyway, as I was saying, we're here to get a van, and not taking any prisoners in the process. If I had just hooked it up at the correct angle from the start, well, we would have been out of here a long time ago. But not everything goes off that quickly. It's actually kind of dangerous to tow these backwards with a race car. You will be at elevated risk of flipping the trailer all over the place, or the step van all over the place. I'll just go pick up the other one really quick, he said. And then everybody laughed at the really quick part. Oh, I thought I had turned just half a degree further. Okay, well, if it had a perfect hood and windshield, it no longer does. Thankfully, that is just the hood and windshield. Plenty of those where that came from. Well, what is under the hood and windshield here? 73. Not bad. Way above average for a step van, trust me. Alright, let's see what kind of assets it's got in it. Of course, it's locked. Front left window is no loss. It's already 65%. Seven propane tanks. One of them is like basically empty, and the other is something. The rest of them are close enough to being full that I'll just leave them in there. The one that's basically empty, we'll just empty it completely by trying to refill this torch. And we got some trash accidentally picked up here. I'll dump that real quick. About that hood, windshield, and window. That's what we've got donor board vehicles for. I didn't intend on fixing it all right up immediately, but I mean, you're not going to just have perfect parts right in front of me like this. Just slap those on real quick, and then off to go pick up the ambulance, get it in the lineup. We're not going to bring every single one of these back to Jericho. I'm just going to kind of like collect the ones that I have passing interest in, and then we will triage from there. I just got a kind of pile of hoods and windshields up here. Those are the most often used wear items. Beautiful looking thing. This is like having a really attractive backup dancer right here. That's it's not one that's ever going to be the front line. Probably not even going to be very important, but it's definitely going to look pretty. That is the purpose. If nothing else, it's going to have medical supplies in it. Always does. Usually a duffel and a satchel, something like that. Now, one of the most significant things about an ambulance like this is it is a vehicle that can tow, tow a step van. So for every EMS vehicle we pick up, it's another vehicle that can tow a step van. Well now, we call this the act of mating. But there are several other very important differences between human beings and automobiles that you should know about. Yep, of course it's locked. Always is. Which window is coming off then? Nope, they're all perfect. And I can't yank them, so... Alrighty. Trunk has a trauma bag as predicted. Let's just put everything in that and get it all out of the way. Yep. No, that someday. I believe in the power of filibuster rhymes. I believe. Slap that battery on the charger, assuming the other one's done. It is done. So this battery charger is getting its work put out for it. First aid supplies with that. I do not yet have a container of containers, so that will be the medical satchel here. Just a place to put bags as I collect them, including this here trauma bag. The airport has a... Okay, so there's two gas resources in the airport area. Neither of them are like a formal gas station, but they're gas pumps, right? So all we need is to actually get a generator, and then we will have a source of gas in this area somewhere. Specifically, we are looking at one near where this dark building is here, and another. I believe it is this beige-looking thing here is actually the KY Transit hub, which is like it's the where they have all the shuttles for the airport, and there's some pumps there. And if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. Now that's funny. So this is one of the pumps right here. We have no idea how much gas is in it, and we won't know until we slap a generator down and power it. In terms of generators, I feel like... Oh. This is Louisville Airport. This is Louisville Airport. There are the docks. The docks are here. The docks. There, we'll find a generator or two at the docks. Yeah, we'll find one or two generators there. I'm gonna go ahead and swap vehicles. We're gonna get the fire truck. We're gonna need it because the docks consist of a metric lot of zombies, and I feel like we might not get away with the low population that we ended up with from the terminal. I feel like the docks are going to be loaded, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. I'm probably going to need more than just this last bite of food here. I'm going to grab another stir fry out of the fridge here. Or maybe a roast. Yeah, we can start chomping one of those roasts. How's my water looking? Good. Let me steal another floodlight, since I left mine behind. I'm sure there's one or two more up here. Floodlight would make it very easy to do a pipe bombing out in the field without requiring any other point of reference. But we'll find another one, it's fine. That's alright. I can make a point of reference with tree parts if I need to. Oh, holy crap! I had no idea that there were possible spawns for security trucks here. Okay, then. Okay, then. Neat. We'll be coming back for those later. Hell yeah. I am not very well acquainted with all of the different spawn opportunities on the, whatchamacallits, that are just kind of out here on the tarmac. Alright, so, here are the loading docks. It is a separate and discrete building from the terminal. And there should theoretically be a metric ton of zombies in it. When I was on Nora, I handled it from the opposite direction. Here on Dani, I intend to handle it in this direction. But before we go in there, I would like to establish a blast site. these are probably going to have planks in them. Yeah. Sorry, I know. I'm not allowed on the tarmac. I'm out of here. Don't worry. No firefighters on the tarmac. There ain't no fire. Alright, so what we're doing with these planks is we're actually just going to use 3D placement to build a bombing site. I will build it right here at the edge of this. At the edge of this thingamajig. Now, something I'm going to not forget from last time I did this. Placing the bomb itself resets the x-coordinates of anything that you use 3D placement on. So I'm linking the bomb, and I'm placing it. Get a timestamp here. We are at 4 hours, 21 minutes. Let's kill Farmer John over here. So we've placed the planks. Now we rotate them. It's a little bit cheesy, but this is a way to keep track of where everything is. Probably looks like some kind of weird effigy. Nope, just a flashing warning sign. This is where the bomb is. Something we can see from a nice distance. Alright, pipe bomb start time 4 hours 23 minutes. Something like that. 4 hours, maybe 23:30. And here we go. Oh no, trust me. Trust me, you came in at the right time, assuming that this is not going to be a... Well, let's find out. Let's find out, shall we? Damn. We're going to have to approach it from the other side then. There's not very many exits. That's why we set up in front of that one. I just got frame rate drops. Let's see if that means we spawned in the building. Set phasers to stun, boys. If we have, they'll break out of these doors lickety-split. Yeah? No? Maybe? I don't hear anybody slapping any doors. Okay, let's check around the other side then. Now, admittedly, the previous side of the airport was quite lackluster in terms of zombie count. Aha! Ah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. The building is now live. We just couldn't see into it from the outside there. So now the building is live. Now we go right back to the other side and lure them through the building to come out back the back, where we've got the pipe bomb planted. For anybody joining what we were doing when we first started that, there is we were building a point of reference that we can see over the tops of the heads of all the zombies that are going to be spilling out of this building here. A very ghetto street light, we could call it. There it is. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It took them a minute, but here they come. We may hit the shadow zombie threshold with this one, just based on that density I saw. And the primary gate is down. If anybody didn't catch it, we placed the pipe bomb at the bottom of this little effigy here. And the effigy is there so that we know where the bomb is once we are literally surrounded by zombies on every front here. The blast radius of the bomb is 7 tiles in each direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So to the outer tile of, or the outer edge of this tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Halfway point to the one on the other side. Now, if I really wanted to be meticulous, I could place some planks at the outer edge of the tiles, or the outer edge of the blast radius before I got started with this. It's a little too late for that now. Let's have a bite to eat, shall we? Fire the engine at cruise control, 5 miles an hour. That allows the fast ones to keep pace, and the slow ones don't fall too far behind. Takes a little bit of loop back to keep the slow one's attention. Tactical stir fry deployed. Good fry. I repeat, good fry. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I guess if the terminal was closed, but the employees still showed up for work at the docks, then I suppose they were preparing shipments anyway, so that everything is staged up for whenever the no-fly zone went away. Spoiler alert, the no-fly zone never went away. Yeah, that could be it. Maybe the military might have even used the airport at some point. It is not at all outside the remit of the military to use civilian airports when it is necessary to do so. Not that there is any military craft left here. Well, military craft don't exist in this game. But if they did, they probably would have peeled out of here from a lore perspective. Boost it to 15 miles an hour for this outer radius. That is correct. We are very crazy today. We might be 3.5 days out from stable, but we are not stable yet. We're very unstable at the moment. Well, didn't hit the shadow zombie threshold. And it does look like we've peeled everybody out of this side at least. we're just going to kind of mosey in this direction until we get slow shamblers from the back line there, up here at this spot where we got the bomb. It'll take a little bit of serpentine, most likely. Still coming out of the building on this side. So we are not yet quite at critical mass. For anybody new, critical mass just means I can drive circles around the group. While we await them to finish coming out of the building, we do not yet have critical mass. But, I spoke too soon, look at that. I believe we have critical mass. Get my UI ready here. See, it's really hard to see those planks now, but I can see them in my mind's eye for the most part. The yellow lines help. I know the yellow lines are pointing directly at it. That's one of the reasons I put it directly at the end of the yellow lines. Alright, I think we're ready at the top here. And... damn, I should have turned just a little harder. If I had turned just a little harder, I would have gotten more than what we just got. What we just got was probably about 90%. I'll call that 90. Not bad, though. Not bad at all. Not necessary to stand your ground like that, but it does make keeping the corpses in one place a little easier. Yeah, there's plenty of yellow vest dudes. Lots and lots and lots of workers. Technically, every single one of them, I think there's a small chance that they have a little bit of duct tape on them. I don't think I've ever seen anything more valuable than duct tape. But yeah, these high-vis vest dudes, workers, they can have all kinds of random stuff on them. Kind of stuff that normal zombies wouldn't have. Now, even though we have done a great job at clearing that place out, I take nothing for granted. And I'm going to go in there with my armor on. Bone choker, iron gauntlets, and coat of plates. My body protection, as you can see in the center left there, is now very well, at the cost of some discomfort. That gets a lot worse if I'm sitting in a vehicle. Hence, I don't wear it while I'm in a vehicle. I put it on the seat. And we took no trunk damage. So not only were we very efficient with the blast, we were very efficient with the gather. It's actually a nice illustration right there. Everybody in the pile is who got blown up by the bomb, and everybody on the ground next to it there to the right is who I had to clean up with the firearms afterwards. And the spoils of our victory, observe. Racks upon racks of things. Among the things includes... That was supposed to be it, wasn't it? Hang on. A little further this way, maybe? I know what I'm looking for. You'll know it. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Y'all will know it when you see it. That's the true haul out of this place. 2 of each type, plus 1 extra of red and blue. We're going to need a step van to get all those out of here. Probably isn't the only one coming around that corner. No? Cool. Boy. Walk right past me. Look at that. Quiet asshole. This is why I came in here with my armor on. Not the quantity that makes them dangerous, it's the placement. The farther we get to this side, the more of them have probably gotten a little bit stuck outside of audio reach. They wouldn't have been pulled outside. So the quantity increases a little bit. over here next to the natural light. I'll feel a little safer over here. This sword is right on its last leg. Hear how he made no sound? Bastard. Okay, dropped a filter. Probably past the point where I need to worry about respirator filters. That doesn't mean I'm going to change anything about the way I play here. Up to the very end, I will always treat my characters as if they're going to live forever. Maybe not necessarily always in the strategic sense, but in the tactical sense, generally yes. Speaking of not making noise, I guess Dani lost her voice there for a moment. Well, okay then. Good. I mean, I had a feeling that we would see thumb clusters down here. I underestimated it, though. I definitely underestimated it. Now, if I didn't know this place very well, I would have assumed that that staircase behind me would be a major threat. It actually kind of, as far as I can tell, it only leads up to like an overlook, so that people can like walk over the loading dock areas here. It is what I'm trying to say is it's not directly connected to the second floor of the office side of things, which if it was, that would be rather significant. We are out of 45 ACP. Doesn't mean I'm not going to keep checking over my shoulder. There could always be a few up there, but I do not expect to be, flanked in large numbers. Just want to keep an eye out for stragglers, really. See, if we were really in panic mode, the 9mm would have come out again. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and fall back now, give them a chance to continue to filter down out of those rooms there. Since these shells are empty, we can pick them up, quote-unquote pick up, and just turn them into floor objects. So that what we can do is come back in here with one of those step fans and back it on up, fill it on up with some generator. First and easiest win that I can have for myself here is I'm going to put this roast in my backpack, or my satchel, so that my backpack has room for 30, and then I can pick up this blue generator, and I can put it directly into my backpack, because that is the power of an organized individual. You can fit a Valutech generator into a military backpack. as long as you have room for it. I can now de-armor for now. We will re-armor when we go back into the far side there, for sure. Fingerless gloves, metal, bone choker, and Coda Plate's body armor. By their powers combined, my central body protection goes way, way up. So we got primary air traffic control right here. And then we've got a single gas pump right here. Always felt this one was a little out of place, but I'm not going to question it. I am, in fact, just going to clear the Zeds out of the area and get that generator placed. We need to... I'm going to crack another box of... 2 boxes, 45 ACP. Because it's just such a good platform, I can't put it down. I don't expect air traffic control to spill forth a horde of hell, but there might be a few coming out of it. Just want to stay aware. That was the guardhouse that just had a window break. Siphon a 2-liter out of this bad boy. Oh, okay. The glass break that I heard was not the guardhouse. If it was, we would see somebody by now. So, alright. No worries. Just to preempt anybody coming from that direction anyway. All I gotta do is back up a little bit here. And then I cannot be flanked from at least that direction while I'm pumping gas. I was planning to pause anyway, but then I saw this one. Yank you through the, yank her through the fence there. The yoinkity splankety. I'm paranoid, so I'm gonna periodically pause, just check for any incoming. You know, I'm pretty sure in real life there's nothing stopping you from refueling a generator while it's running. It's probably not a good idea, but I don't think there's anything that would stop you. That would make this far less clickety-click here. What would also work is carrying around a gas can, but I haven't evolved to that point yet. Gas cans dry weight are pretty high. It's so much easier to carry a 0.1 encumbrance bottle, plastic bottle. What? Why did I turn it back on? We're done with it. Yeah, we've got this vehicle refueled. We'll come back later with a different one, as well as some cans. Two cans right here. Yeah, that would definitely be something the devs would do. Sure, you can refuel it while it's running for a 5% chance for it to blow up. Did I even? There we go. View cone is getting narrower, so I don't want to be acting like I'll be able to see somebody incoming from the right side, lower right side of the screen here. I won't be. So we are still going to periodically check here and there. Only be a little bit late for bed here. Damn it, I hate it when I do that. It's the race car just being too fast for my own good there. If you go slow enough, you won't hear a collision, therefore no chance of damage, but, well, we weren't going slow enough, so that was we heard a sound, chance of damage. Regrettable. I could just get out and drive it over myself like a civilized human being, but we live dangerously on the edge here. And we're only a half hour late for bed. As an overnight task, we'll get the rest of the vehicles filled up. And if we have time after that, we will pick up some of those generators. I'm thinking first, mobile library service gets a can, and then ambulance gets a can. Ambulance tows mobile library service, then we fill them both up. I'm gonna steal a side window from over here. Should have just finished charging the battery. Tires are all perfect performance except for one. I see nothing wrong with the ambulance. The ambulance can stay as is. I'm sure somebody in this fleet doesn't have a perfect charge battery yet. Let's take a quick peek. These two should both. These, I don't know about either of these. That's a crap battery. We'll replace that whole cloth. And that's an uncharged one. So we have two left to charge. Let's get rid of the garbage here. And steal one of these one's batteries. Speaking of stealing, we've got two battery chargers. We've actually got three. Multi-threading, as it were. Oh, well, maybe I should actually key the thing. Just an animal noise. The last 2 step fans I'm not going to fill all the way up down here. I'm just going to fill up a can for each. Keeping up with my bedtime here. We're going to set up another lineup of security trucks here because we have 2 more out in the field that I'm going to go grab. We're not, like I said before, we're not going to just fix up every single one of these, but we are definitely going to survey the other 2 and see which one of them has a engine that's worth doing something with. Hey, short thing. Hope you're having a good weekend. Back this bad boy up right here. And we'll take the race car back out to recover those 2 trucks. Oops. Still bushes on that angle. So the trucks that I saw were actually like right up against the front of the building here. Right around the other side of right here. Still getting frame drops in this area. It's probably just because of the buildings. I mean, the zombies have been dealt with. And it's hard to believe I'm saying that because this place, man, the notion of having spawned in this building and yet all these doors and windows being intact, laughable. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Our target is 87 or better. 82. Got an 82 on this side. And 90. Let's see if you bastards can do 9. Alright, so this one is officially better than the one that we just rebuilt. If I had known that this one was here, obviously, we wouldn't have gone forward with rebuilding it just yet, but that's fine. We've got a beautiful vehicular device right here. It's coming back with us. We're not going to jump right back into fixing it up. I just want to put it somewhere conspicuous so I know that that's the one that needs to be fixed up. If anybody watching is not familiar with what we were looking for specifically there, it would be the engine quality. It is a random number, sometimes weighted based on certain vehicle types, locations. For example, the airport security trucks here tend to be way above average for a standard Chevrolet D6 pickup truck, but still nowhere near 100. I mean 10 off of 100, so the engine quality 90 means that it will only fail to start 10% of the time. The numbers behind all of that are highly unrealistic, but it is what it is. So this one gets preferential spot right here because it's our best so far. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back with the race car again. We're going to see if there are any others that I may have missed. There are a few places that they might be lurking, I suppose. No, this save, Maury, this save will break 100%. Devs have confirmed it. The update is going to come with map changes. Anytime there's rather significant map changes, you can basically be guaranteed that your world is not going to persist. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. We are looking forward to seeing what the changes are. If they're substantial enough, we'll be happy to start a new save. But we'll have to see about that, won't we? I do not actually know if any of them spawn indoors, but well, let's take a look. That would be a big fat negative, Commander. You would think that in these, maybe these yellow spots that are big enough to fit a vehicle, you'd think maybe there'd be some vehicles. No, that's not how this game works. I do not, as far as to the extent of my knowledge, I do not know of a single indoor vehicle spawn. Maybe in one of those new garage showrooms. Maybe. I don't know, my brain meat's telling me that that might be a thing. I'm just popping these garage doors because they would be locked otherwise. And there may be a shot at light bars in these. So I'm going to check every one of these shelves here. Perfect performance break for heavy duty. I'm here for it. That is all of the vehicular loot sources in here. No light bars. I figured there was a chance, but I didn't know what the actual odds would be. Yeah, I'm going to do a new save. The question is when, not if. I'm definitely going to do a new save. The only thing that would mean... So I think what I'm going to do at this point is, no matter what happens, I'm going to start a new character when 42.20 drops. But if I am thoroughly underwhelmed by the changes, you know, if nothing feels different about the early game, I don't think that's going to be the case. I put it at about 70% chance that the new game will feel a little bit different, or different enough for me, let me put it that way. But if in that 30% alternative where just nothing feels different, I'm just doing exactly the same thing as before, at that point I'll probably put Zomboid on the shelf for a little bit, and I might wait and start another new save when some of the cool mods out there have been updated. Because I've always been saying that stable is your opportunity for a good, fun modded experience. Everything is locked. That makes sense. Okay. We got ingress. And as I predicted, it is a ghost town in here. It's like the airport was shut down long before the no-fly zone came through or something. I can't explain it. I think these are supposed to be freight elevators here. Not that they function, but that's what they're supposed to be. Now, I would never encourage anybody to come to Louisville Airport and expect to see it this quiet. I think we might have just gotten really lucky here. I think it might be random. No vehicular stuff, okay. Excuse me, ma'am. You wouldn't happen to have any information on the airport, would you? Judith Lima. One of the only Zeds still left inside of it. Nah, she didn't know nothing. She just works here. So, pro tip, this place is so big, you can just straight up drive through it. Of course, they put these stupid little columns here, so it might be more difficult than it should be. 2 tiles is wide enough for a vehicle, but that's really skirting it. And there's other exits up here. The stairs to go up to the 2nd floor. There is a set of stairs right here at the far end. Just popping all the doors on the way there in case I feel like using them. Faster skill leveling. Electrical is always going to be a grind. Make absolute certain that you don't even bother trying until you've read the books. If you haven't read the books yet, drop what you're doing, go find the books. It's going to be more interesting than sitting there disassembling things for as long as it would take to do it without the books. If you've already got the books, there's really no... Electrical, like I said, there's not a lot of fun things to do with it while you're trying to level it. And there never will be for the coming patch. 42.20 is not going to be the electrical patch. Duplicating rats. Okay, then. Electrical, basically just disassemble everything you see. TVs, radios, watches. Check every zombie that you kill for a watch. I know that sounds tedious, but there's really... I mean, you can do it in bulk after you've picked up all the watches. Or you can even do it in bulk now over a corpse file. You know what? I'll give you an example. We've got a huge corpse file right up here. Let me kill these 2 stragglers so that they don't catch me while I'm fast-forwarding. So as you can see, we've got a huge pile of corpses up here. This is what you get for leveling electrical. Electrical level 6, you can make remote controllers, find the right recipe for pipe bombs. It's not level required. And then you can start disassembling, or rather you can blow the zombies up with a remote explosive. And that will be some of the highest quantity kills you'll ever see in this game. They're so high that the game doesn't even track them properly. Every time I disassemble one of these, I am getting a lot of experience, partially because I am at level 9 electrical, and I've read the book, so the highest experience gains you'll see is when you read the Volume 4 book, or Volume 5 book. Alright, here it is. Okay, so we've gotten rid of the other stuff in my inventory. Now we're just hitting watches. Now, if you're going to do this and there's a lot of corpses like there is here, make sure to wear a cloth mask or something to slow down the sickness. Otherwise, you'll get sick pretty fast. But you see, we're disassembling 5 watches from 5 zombies around me. I have no idea which zombies, and I don't really care which zombies. We're standing in the correct spot, and it's the crafting menu is pulling from all the zombies around me. So that way I don't have to scroll through God knows how many of these, whatchamacallit, zombies here. And basically do that for every, like, 3x3 grid where there's corpses. So if I stand right here, I can pull from any of these corpses around me here. Yeah, no, if you don't have the skill book yet, okay, so I got to put it this way for you. If you don't have the skill book yet, everything you dismantle is 1/10 of the experience you could be getting. So I very strongly encourage you to just go get the skill book. Otherwise, you're wasting experience that you could be getting. Like, you could be getting 10 times as much experience for everything that you find and dismantle. At this rate, once you find something with the skill book, you find the skill book, you read it, you might not even have much left to dismantle after reading the skill book. So I personally would never recommend bothering with disassembling anything until after you've read the skill book. Just wasting opportunities there. I mean, if it's too late, then it is what it is. You'll still be able to use the electrical parts. Reading the skill book won't change how many parts you get. Turning around and building stuff with the parts, not going to work very well. We tried it. All we did was piss away hundreds of parts and not get that much experience, to be honest. Even after reading the book, and that's saying something right there. We read the book, we built some noisemakers. That was one of the things that we built. I do not recommend doing that. It's seven electrical components each. Alright, speaking of electrical components, we've got plenty now. And we're sick. We are now officially queasy. We are out of here. Yeah, multiplayer yeah. Multiplayer, if you are in a group with somebody who truly understands the game and can help explain it to you at every stage, maybe then multiplayer is worth jumping into, but otherwise, if you're going in blind and you don't have anybody that you can roll with, who's experienced, who can show you the ropes while you're in multiplayer together, I definitely don't recommend jumping right into multiplayer. If for no other reason than the fact that it's a survival crafting game. If you just join random people in multiplayer, you have a substantial chance of just joining somebody who wants to fuck with you. Make of that what you will. It looks like the key we just picked up was for the other one. So that is no good to us, whatever. So I believe this is the only other D6. This one is 82, so it's still way above average for a D6, but it is not a priority. We're just taking it back for the sake of having it. I might even harvest parts. We'll see. There's plenty of other vehicles to harvest parts from. I do gotta say, I wouldn't be playing this game if it wasn't for multiplayer. My buddy Gethsemane picked up copies for me and some of the friends in our friend group, and we jumped into a multiplayer server. That's how we got started. That being said, I mean, okay, so 4 guys who do tech support for a living, starting a new game together. that's going to be a bit of a different experience than I don't know, for guys who don't do something technical for a living. When it comes to figuring out a video game, we helped each other pretty quickly. All right, this one can get put over here with the other slightly lower engine quality one. Yeah, it's definitely, right now, the game in its current form. The game in its ideal form, and I always say this about this game. This game is a colony simulator with no colonists. Or, the only colonists would be other players in multiplayer, which is why it's just going to feel wrong for a very long time until they get NPCs added, because that's what they're balancing the professions around heavy specialization. But one person, unless you want to do what I do and spend 700 hours on every save, one person cannot really realistically be expected to be a specialist in everything. I mean, even after 700 hours in a save, you can see there's clear gaps in my crafting, mostly because, pottery falls off after level 2 or 3. Napping is quite literally a very man-in-the-woods skill that there's very few alternatives that you couldn't get with masonry. Glass making, and then, electrical. I've literally almost leveled electrical to 10 just by disassembling stuff for necessary collections of parts. Speaking of parts, we are actually delivering some right now from our recent watch harvest. We also ate the rest of our food, so we're getting another yum here. Picked up a few spare things that we could assemble vehicle kits with, so I'm going to leave those very conspicuously right here. Couple of spare engine parts. Performance brake is going to go into mobile library, right? Is that who's... No. Who's carrying my... This is regular stuff. Somebody was getting my performance stuff. Was it the other one? Yes, this one was getting my performance stuff. Probably should take it out front. Yeah, we'll put this one into the step van lineup. Yeah, honestly, okay, so this game requires you to burn some creative energy to enjoy it. If you have no creative energy to burn, maybe you're just not creative, or you burn it elsewhere, then this game is going to probably feel pretty exhausting. And, you just won't even want to burn the energy in the first place. You'll want the game to actually kind of lead you to certain objectives. It doesn't do that very much. NPCs might change that paradigm tremendously. Maybe you will want to actually help people out with things. There may be incentive, a natural incentive, but without it, yeah, you've got to spend a lot of time just working on your own objectives. Okay. Speaking of objectives, which one of these is empty? Mobile library service is empty and fueled. Mobile library service is actually going to be mobile generator service. We are taking this one down to the docking area that we've cleared out, and we are going to load it up with as many generators as we can fit into it. As memory serves, it was the second or third loading dock. I believe second. Yes. Hence the corpses. Let's deal with Karen over here first. Sorry. You can speak to the manager, but only if you make an appointment first. That's odd. Whenever it's completely reset like that, that sounds to me like a map update. Did the game update? Could have been the game update, could have been mod update. Oh yeah, if anybody is not familiar, these generators are part of the loot table here at the Louisville airport. Hey, I mean, you know, sometimes. Like I said, that's a little bit of creative energy, but if it works, it definitely works. So 200 out of 208. Not much room for anything else. The old generators are, of course, the loudest and the most likely to be damaged over time. If I take just a couple things out of my backpack here, we can fit a blue generator into it. Not much room for anything else, but I can peek at the other shelves. It's like regular gas station loot table on this one. I don't plan on checking like 100 or looting every single one of those shelves, but I do want to evaluate each one of the rows of shelves, see what. Usually, once you've looked at a couple of the shelves, you can reliably predict what everything else in that little segment is going to be. So you don't need to like check every single shelf in there, unless it is unless something particularly interests you on that segment, at which point you'll see more of it. The question comes up, do I want to fill the generators with gas? That's a relatively easy win. Not right now. Not right now. That's something I can do later. Found your perfect survival partner. Nice, very nice. I would go as far as to say that if you can play Project Zomboid with someone, you're probably qualified to be roommates. Because this game does take a lot of co-op energy. I will also put my empty gas cans into the propane storage, or the propane van here. We have a couple of batteries on the charger that are done charging. I'm going to take those and actually just rotate them, because I think we need to yank a couple more batteries out of their vehicles, get them on the charger as well, just so that everybody over here in the lot has at least a charged battery. That one's good. I think the two we picked up. Right, okay. It looks like I put one on the charger that I probably should not have. So we got a 100, a 100, and a 96 here. Get the 96, get the two 100s on the chargers. I could be wrong, but I feel like ones that are low condition will have a little bit more trouble holding a charge. I would know because I don't bother with lower condition ones. There's too many ones that are in great condition for me to worry about that. Suppose we could do worse than to take out our brand new truck here. Let me just put in a battery that it can actually take. So these two need new ones. Or that one and one of the step vans do. Okay. Repairing this gas tank to 100 so that when we put it in this D6 here with the 90 engine quality, it will have a perfect one. Everything else I don't have to think too hard about, we'll replace later. Just if I'm going to put gas in it, I don't want to have to drain the gas later to repair the tank. So, best vehicle gets a perfect tank. Now we can take it out and fill it up the rest of the way. And then we're going to pick up the remaining generators, just bring them back here. We'll triage which generators actually should just stay here and which ones can come back with us. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute. This is the good one. We do have the keys for the good one then. I do want to get in the habit of holding on to keys for vehicles. Maybe someday I'll want to play Extinction mode, and zombies can sometimes open doors in Extinction, so keys are extremely important. Hell yeah. Hey Richard, how's it going? We have, as you can see, we have a nice collection here at the airport. The airport has been probably a fifth of the population that we had on Nora. It is tiny compared to her, but that's okay. I'm not too mad about it. We've successfully cleared the terminal and the docks, and are now simply doing a little bit of logistical work. Oops. Let's try that again. There we go. I'll leave these gas cans here and fill them up later as they as the requirement comes along. Now that we have more gas cans back at base. Oh, so as often, the old generators are damaged and should be repaired before ever being used. I think it's just a random when they spawn. They spawn at a random condition while the regular generators are always at 100%. So that is 110 out of 143. We have about 30 or so left to look around with, in addition to whatever I can fit in my backpack. Now, in addition to the generators that we can loot from this place, there are also, I believe there is also a propane aisle. I don't think I'm confusing this one with the Amazon one. There's sort of like a Amazon distribution center. That one had tons of propane, but I can't remember if they both did. In any case, if there is going to be propane, we'll find it here. This looks to be grocery store stuff. We got, yep, foodstuffs and foodstuffs. More foodstuffs, it seems. More vehicular stuff. So another car battery charger, of course. General tools, looks like. Yeah. Now, I do not know how consistent this will be if you guys come here in your own journeys, whether these shelves will always be the same category of loot. I have no idea, to be honest. I definitely do not remember anything about the shelves from my previous trip here because the shelves all look the damn same, so... Nothing but dog food in these crates. Nice. Looks to be a variety over here. We've got electrical on this shelf. Fishing stuff. I would think there would be more of this. This is a shelf of actual stuff you would expect to see, like a flight case. Alright, that's all of them on this side. I'll load up these objects in my hand, and we'll check the other side, and then that will conclude the loading docks, I believe. Looks to be foodstuffs. Lots of popcorn. That'd be one hell of a movie night. Electrical of certain varieties. Sure, I could use a toaster at my base. Why not? Basically, if you ever wanted to just have one place that you could go to where you would find everything you'd ever want to make the perfect base, Louisville Airport could do it. But you're going very, very far to the east with that. Baseball bats. The long, blunt enjoyers, you know where to go. I think this was, I think I remember seeing a baseball bat row on Nora, so I think this might be a consistent thing. It's nothing but baseball bats on all these shelves. There's probably a total of 20 or so. Musical instruments. Tons upon tons of them. More instruments than your inventory has room for. Looks to be more foodstuffs. Shoes? Literally nothing but shoes. Books. Okay, so there is a row of books. I don't expect it to be overwhelming. In fact, I expect it to be rather weak. It's not even all books. That must be storage, so we just got really lucky seeing a few books. Yeah, this is probably storage here. Tobacco over here. For your smokers. Oh man, I need to go back and find out how many times I've answered that. I should probably put it in the description. But no, when 4220 comes out, we are very much ready to have Dani sail off into the sunset here. We'll start a new character. The question will be, are we going to stick with it? We may be extremely underwhelmed by the changes. I'm just going to go by vibe on that. Obviously I'll read the patch notes and I'll see about how hyped we get. Yeah, I'm gonna go by vibe. If the vibe feels like nothing has changed of significant amount, then after starting a new character, I might put Zomboid on the shelf for a bit. But I'm almost 100% confirmed that I will at least start a new character on 42.20 and see how it feels. I know that map changes are coming, so I remember seeing some stuff about Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake is shown in that video trailer. No propane, by the way. And that's probably okay. I'm not going to get too mad if there's no propane in this place. I mean, there's even more boxes that I haven't looked at. I don't usually find much substantial stuff in the front loading docks. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some other things. There's going to be, like I said, there's going to be a map update. There's going to be changes to towing. But multiplayer has been the focus, reasonably so. Let's see how easy it is to cut through. Can I do it one-handed? I hate rats. This thing has got perfect tires. Perfect a couple of other things. I do not want any unnecessary collisions right now. Like, really? It's probably stuck under me now. I have no choice but to run over it. I hate everything right now. I hate everything right now. Whatever. Minus 1% integrity to one of my tires, probably. Well, actually, this thing doesn't have perfect tires yet. Just the hood and windshield. That would be the other one. Just gonna go ahead and remove the almost dead battery from my flashlight here. Get rid of that before it becomes a problem. Tired of mousing over it and seeing a little red bar. Aha, speaking of tired, I shouldn't have left my axe out here to begin with. This goes back into the combat truck. Still not charged? Okay, that's going to take a minute then. I'm going to be real with you guys. There's a small part of me that's actually tempted to come out here to Louisville Airport early on in a run and base here. The only problem is it's just so far away from everything. It is quite literally, especially where we've chosen here, this spot. Look at how far away it is, not just from Louisville, but from everything else on the map. That is wild. Truly wild. But one of the reasons that I would want to come to a place like this would be the vehicular opportunities and generator opportunities. You're just basically, if you manage to come all the way out here, fight all the way out here, you've got a wonderful start in terms of vehicular access and generators. You're basically guaranteed some pretty decent vehicles and basically guaranteed some pretty damn good generators. But then, if you come right out here, like really early game, would you be in a position to actually make use of those right away? That would be an open question. Yeah, that's something that's I'm gonna have to think about myself personally. Yes, to be entirely honest, if you wanted to like go to a multiplayer situation and like set up a colony with your homies in the Louisville airport area, you could have some pretty decent opportunities here. This place definitely has it's got a lot of assets, and if you know how to use them right, it's also got a lot of these things that damage your vehicles when you run over them. I'm not kidding, by the way. Very small amount of damage, but it it was literally in the patch notes. The devs said that they reduced the damage. They didn't remove it, they reduced it. It used to be like a guaranteed 5% to your tires every one of those. Really? We're getting corpse decay. Okay, that's interesting. All right, now that actually, okay. So the fact that these corpses, we destroyed these zombies when we got here. So that's actually a decent clock. That tells me how long I've been here, how long have we had any rain while we're here? I don't think we have. I don't think we have any rain, and that means that my crops back at Phallus Lake, or not Phallus Lake, sorry, at Jericho, are going to be in need of watering. I'm going to think about that. I have to step away briefly IRL. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and catch a sleep here. And then I'm going to step away IRL. And as I think about that, and as I step away, I will think about whether we should... It's probably prudent to go ahead and do a shipment back to Jericho. Just one of these vans that are full of... Any one of these vans that are full. We'll triage it. Yeah. Yeah, still not 100. I'll let them finish off overnight here. So catch our first sleep. And before I step away, I will swap, because we do have one more battery on standby before we are fully recharge everybody in the fleet here. Yeah, good. Yeah, I could do that. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Well, you know what? Top of the hour. Why not? I think that might be today or tomorrow right there. We'll find out momentarily if that's today or tomorrow. That's tomorrow. So yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me that. Period of weather expected to start in the early morning. Light fog tomorrow. So we'll save our logistics for tomorrow then. Good call. Good call. I need a chair out there. Hang on. Receptionist doesn't need her chair anymore. Alright, so I'll be right back in just a moment, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, we've got rain coming tomorrow. What are we up to? We're up to 6 hours today. So what I'm gonna do... What I'm gonna do is... To be entirely honest, I expected LVA to be much bigger challenge. We're going to secure a supply line out of here. So there are still going to be a number of Zeds in the general this area, like the entrance area. We never really cleared it. We just blew through it and have been operating from behind enemy lines this whole time. So I'm going to look into that. So the one that is still on the charger, we can give to the second of the two flight catering trucks. And that one right there, that one's crap quality, so I don't want to use it if I don't have to. The one that's on the charger right now is 96, so it's perfectly susceptible, or it's perfectly acceptable for a step van. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to secure a supply line out of here. And I'm going to set up a few logistical situations for tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is going to be like really chill. We're just going to have a very chill Sunday. We're not going to be going out seeking any specific large fights, mostly because there's not that many left on the map to have. Like, real talk, guys, we have wiped out most of the map at this point. Louisville Airport was one of the last big threats that I had in mind, and we just annihilated it. By a stroke of the dice, there were very few zombies to deal with. So, we'll see about exactly what that means for tomorrow's stream, but what we're doing for the rest of the day today, since I did kind of advertise today as a bit of a combat, well, I mean, what is today? Making the airport stable. Okay, that's rather ambiguous, but, that's today's title. Yeah, we're going to secure the supply line. That's not even a question. That's got to happen. Now, when I say most of Louisville, of course there are still residential sectors with pockets, but yeah, I mean, the largest of buildings, at least their first floors have been cleared. Now, Spiffo HQ, that's a place we could look at. Spiffo HQ is a building I've never done before, and there are a few things in there I've never had before. So that's something that we could do as just a... that might be next Monday, because I do kind of want just a chill base work stream. Like I was saying before, I don't think I will ever fully unload all of the loot that I ever bring to Jericho. That's just a running theme for me. Yeah, definitely did. Alright, so with that, we just have about 20 minutes left for second bedtime. Let me just get the rest of this random loot out of my backpack. We're holding on to this key it says key storage unit. I don't even know where that goes to, but we're holding on to it because it is, potentially, it might be relevant to the loading docks to get us behind one of those doors that are, security doors. But I don't know. We'll just hold on to it and see if it's relevant. Dub rods over here. Yes, I know how to spot for them. Just drawing a blank on it. Just going to put empty mags directly into the trunk of Expedition here. And I think this sword is ready to be retired. We're going to go ahead and wash weapons, and this sword is forevermore going to be a local decoration. You can always reforge your swords, but I have so many at this point, so many materials to make them with. It's less effort to just leave them where I use them. So they henceforth become decorations after getting used up. So we got a fresh sword on standby right there. And we are hitting the sack for our second sleep. And there's the rain. Right as scheduled. Now, rain is not going to affect us at all if we just want to do some pipe bombing. As long as it doesn't get, like, ridiculous to the point of affecting my frame rate, I think we'll have no problem clearing out a segment of supply line here. Just going to be a question of where we end up going with it. Now that I'm in a vehicle with a sledgehammer, let's sledge a few more of these gates here so that we can freely pass through. That can be a part of the supply line. Going the other way would be probably a little bit more effort. Oh, we're only good for another bite of the stir fry. I'm going to need more food. So when I think about a supply line coming in this direction, I'm kind of thinking about literally just going in a straight line. And we can make that happen with minimal work here. Get my wood axe out. We actually already made a hole in this fence, so we're not doing anything particularly novel here. We are just opening a different hole. This is the KY Transit Hub. There's actually a gas station right here. So on our way out of here, we're actually driving past a different gas station from the one that we've been filling up at recently. It's only a double pump right here, just like the other one. Hello there. Let it never be said that a single tree anywhere, no matter how close to a fence it is, that couldn't just spawn in a zombie. Bonk. This is a post office to the top of the screen. I have yet to see it not looted and trashed. I imagine it's probably a semi-decent book and magazine resource when it's not looted and trashed. I have an idea. Give me that wood axe real quick. We've got a shooting gallery right here. I had a feeling we'd be seeing some from top. Oi. I yelled at you specifically, lady. Why are you going up here? Incorrect. Yeah, it's a mess in here. Not very much of potential use, especially at this stage of the game. No exit in the pile. After a certain point, the fence is no longer an obstacle because right around this area, they'll have no problem going around the fence. So we can stop worrying about shooting them through the fence. And this is not far from where, on our way in, I actually left a whole bunch of them chilling. The question shall only be, where do we blow them up? I think I see where we're blowing them up. It's gonna be in the side road here. Put this axe in my hands. I'm gonna get a tree out of the way. Now there's no need to rush. I haven't fired my light bar up yet. We have not gone loud yet. I can spend a little bit of time clearing this area out. We'll do it with the sword. So we're just going to catch anybody who's currently tailing us. Did this one just turn around and walk away from me? Yep. That, that'll do it. That'll do it right there. Casually destroying bushes as the jaws of death close in upon me. Now, I think, in terms of preparing for this area, the loudest thing that I'm going to have to do is towing, actually. Towing a car, even just a little distance, is probably going to be a significant amount louder than chopping these trees, even. If that doesn't sound realistic, well, make of that what you will. That's the current paradigm, based on conventional wisdom. I might even be technically wrong about that. It could just be the fact that it's a loud noise, but it's sustained. That could be the key difference. I don't know. All I know is I seem to attract way more zombies just towing even a short distance than even something as loud as chopping wood. Never once seen one of these camo trucks of any flavor have a good engine in them. I'm not going to even worry about the twin pines right there. We're just going to do the smaller trees, and then those two can stay. It's whatever. A single objective or a single obstacle on that side that's whatever. These small ones that I can easily get rid of, that's getting rid of them now. Make my life a lot easier. Ooh, we are exerted, and that is a significant group over there. We don't want to attract them yet. Alright, now that we've cleared all the small obstacles out of the way, just these two large ones, and we are ready to go. On a whim. We got a hatchet, some tape, and a sleeping bag. What about the trunk? Hey, that's what on a whim. On a whim. Couple of weapons and ammo that are actually very good. All right, we've got ourselves a very nice looking site here. Get a timestamp for this one. We're at 6 hours and 30 minutes. One pipe bomb coming right up. One remote controller coming right up. Link to remote controller and place. All right, let's light it up, boys. This building's a ghost town right here. That one is too. We already got somebody breaking out of the second floor window there. Oops. I did not want to hit that one. Came out of a tree though. We don't want too many to get caught on this building here, the brewery. The windows are all barred. Wait, actually, I think these are the bars they could break through. Yeah, in sufficient quantities, they'll break through these bars. Okay. These are not like the shutters. They are simple bars, the same that the player can build. Or at least similar. Alright, now what I'm going to do is ditch this group here. They're already at the destination. We need to unite them we need to unite them with the dudes over here. There's more where this small group came from here. Maybe not. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure that whatever is up here is probably slim pickings by comparison. They're still coming out of the, whatchamacallit. They're still coming out of the docking office area up there. Alright. We'll give them a moment to catch up. How many of the ones that were up here ended up getting stuck in one of these buildings like the bread factory there? No idea. We're just going to have to get them all back up here and find out. Yeah, see, look at that. I had a feeling. I'm back out of there now. Forgot to meal prep, so we're having a bite of jerky here. For anybody, if you just joined, we placed the bomb on this street light right here to the bottomish right. It's not the most optimal placement for the area, but it's going to get the job done. Tight fit. I'm going to increase speed for a moment to see how far... Yeah, there's still a fair... Nah, it's not that long. There's a little bit of a line coming around this building. And now we're going to loop back this way. We'll bump up and down from 5 to 10. Just to stay ahead of them. I don't want to take too much damage because it's not worth it. We've got all this room to maneuver. You can see now the dude's coming from the left that I couldn't see because of the trees. That's why I cleared a lot of trees. And that's the example of where if I had cleared even more trees, I probably would have seen them coming. That's all right. Nobody caught in this corner anymore, which is perfect. Oh shit. I came to a complete stop on the stop sign there. That's, well, that's my civic duty, I guess. I always stop at every stop sign. In real life, at least. Not in video games. Count some tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So going into the parking lot all the way up to the white lines. And on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So pretty much most of the street on the other side. That is our blast radius. Once we get around these slow shamblers to my right, we will loop back again here. Or left, rather. Character left. It's going to be tight to get critical mass here. It's possible. We might get it in... No, we'll have critical mass. It's just a question of how difficult it's going to be once we have it to maintain it. all it takes is 2 or 3, like 4 or 5 of them coming around this corner, and then suddenly we're plowing through instead of circling. But we're definitely getting there. Yeah, we're on our final 4 or 5 passes here. Once we get past the outer threshold of these trees, now we've really got critical mass. Get on in there. All right. We're on our final passes. Let's get our UI ready. Fingers on the trigger. Nope, not yet. I almost clicked, but the group started looking lopsided. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. That could have been a bad one. I was this close to clicking. Okay, here we go. 2, 1. Oh yeah, victory. That took a minute. What are we up to? That was 6:45, 6:46 something. All right. Ooh, this guy had a mask. Brandon Heck. He had a heckin' mask, all right. Give me them respirator filters. Thank you, Brandon. You might wonder why my crosshair is getting so much tighter when I aim indoors. Well, that's because there's no bad shooty water falling from the sky when you're indoors. Sounds like they broke. Yep, broke through over here. Just one. Nice. Alright, now here is the real judgment. I'll call that a good 95% or so. But what was the damage? A little bit. We lost about 12. And would you look at that, though, we have a steel sheet already. Just need something to weld that up with. Field repair time. And it breaks. Of course it does. What the fuck wouldn't it? That's alright. There's a reason I'm replacing this truck. This truck is coming right to the edge of its lifespan here. They will have broken through a few doors down here. I already see one. What is it? I see one, sheet on the floor over here. This one's gonna break too. I just know it. If it does, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna continue trying. We get 2 shots and that's it. Okay, there we go. The glorious thing about the ammo that I picked up from the from that survivor vehicle, or not survivor vehicle, it's just a hunting vehicle. The ammo I picked up is all the platforms I'm using: 357, 45 ACP, and 12 gauge. Speaking of 45 ACP, let's crack open a couple of those. Or just one for now. It's fine. With that, we should have a very, very smooth journey in and out of this place now. Like, we're talking smooth as butter. Smooth as a milkshake. Smooth as... yeah, I'm not gonna keep using metaphors. It's gonna be smooth. Smooth like mint chocolate chip ice cream. You expect the little bumps, you're fine. They're supposed to be there. They're delicious. I figured. We moved a little too quickly away from this area. It's fine. We'll finish these guys off. We have a little bit of time left before the fatigue hits. Everybody who's coming around the fence has to come around this side. 29 is fun. What is 29? Is that how many we just killed? I lost track. Alright, we are currently... I mean, I feel like we should be pretty clear as far as supply lines go. But we're going to find out momentarily. So I need to keep in mind that I want to... Oops, shit. I want to take a turn out of the front area here and into the first row of the parking lot. Okay. Otherwise, it's a very straight shot. So I'd say the trunk over here is about half full. You can fit another 100 or so encumbrance in it. Okay, none of those are loaded, and that's fine. That means what we're really consolidating everything into is these step fans. Oh, I never turned it on. Ha! 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 That's okay. We're staying the night anyway, so no deploying in the evening. Especially now while it's raining. Never did get the keys to the jail cell. That's fine. Wait a minute. It's another... Oh, just a supply room for the, okay. Thought it might have been another bathroom. Like a fourth. When it comes to leaving generators at gas stations, I actually generally prefer to do red ones. Red ones are so thoroughly in the middle of the road in terms of, like, you know, balance of the blue ones are more lightweight, the yellow ones are better for long term. The red ones being just right there in the middle of the road, I usually prefer to leave them, or old ones, at gas stations. Oops. Now I have two gas stations at this, at the airport here. Also, 2 old generators came out of this. Now, the old ones... probably the same niche as the red ones, honestly. They do make a little bit more noise, but in my previous experiments, it didn't feel that substantial. Oh, I was gonna get... I'm gonna get some electrical parts. Fix up the old generators. We're gonna put those at the... We're gonna leave those at the gas stations in this area. This is also, just if anybody's not familiar, every time you do this, you're getting electrical experience. It doesn't show up, but it's there. Oh, ran out. How close are we? 83%. We might see electrical level 10 on this character. We're 7,600 out of 9,000. Alright, it's my explosives bag, filtration bag, into the expedition ambulance. We used up all of the iron pipes that we brought with us, so we don't have to even think about bringing any home. Perfect fit. Alright, catching our first sleep. Alright, so the mobile library service van is the one that has the Electromax generators in it. We're actually going to leave all 3 of them here. One is going to stay at this base so that I can keep the premium tech generator that's on the roof. Left the gas cans up at the pump. Let's take one out of here and siphon. I have no idea if I'll actually want to come back here. Highly unlikely, but remember, I always play as if I'm going to be living in these worlds forever. So we follow a specific procedure when we mothball a base. Up to and including making sure that it's ready for next use. Especially now that we can revive our saves whenever we want to. So that is more relevant than just sentiment. Now, far less likely that I would come back here for long term, but in the event, we're leaving a garbage bag to mark where the optimal generator placement is. Otherwise, we turn this off, fuel and repair, and then switch to the red generator downstairs for the remainder of our time here. Ambulance is full. Gonna take a couple of gas cans, just 2. And we're going to now deliver from the mobile library here the 2 red generators that are in it. Actually, the 2 old generators, yes. We hold on to the reds, we leave the olds behind. Oh, did I never put... Right, this is the one that's waiting on the replacement. Okay. Easy peasy. That's why we had this last one charging. Alrighty. Gas this last one up, and we will drop it off tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to fill this one all the way up. It's just a step van. My sleep schedule is actually more important to me at the moment. So we'll refuel probably halfway. Well, that's not taking quite as long as I thought. Second of the three blues. Where did I put the third of the three blues? We had three blues here. There you are. Looks like we got light fog today. Almost forgot about the weather report. That's all right. We can now fit a remaining 10 encumbrance back here. One of these propane tanks is completely full, so we'll put that in there. I know, the other one's the propane carrier, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, so we're going to use this van to go drop off the last of the old generators at the gas station. Also, while we're down there, we're just going to check for backfill. There should be no backfill. Absolutely none. No need for it. So this or the other one? We're following one of these yellow lines just literally straight back. I think it's this one. And I remembered we need to turn here. Beautiful. Can only now can you see the supply line actually take shape. What was in my mind's eye this whole time is just a straight shot down this way. We actually drove right past the gas station. And there's the backfill that I was thinking of. Okay, so I had a feeling it'd show up. Hello, backfill. Really getting blue right now. Alright, so the gas pump that I'm thinking of is over here. Kind of hard to see because the roof refuses to go away until the last second here. Now all that's left in the trunk of this thing is lots of tires and regular stuff. We do not care about regular stuff. This van, depending on its engine quality, I think this van is probably going to be one of the ones that stays here. Because it's one that we have duplicates of. And the stuff in it, the regular parts, are not very important. Guess I'm going to shove regular parts in it. Hey look, there's regular parts right here. Standard. Ugh. 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 Who would use standard? Disgusting. Whatever. I pulled in here. I'll steal something. I don't even remember what could be in these storage units. Locked doors, most likely. What a shocker. I mean, this one's straight up empty, so yeah, no expectations there. Oops. Just enough room in the trunk here for some parts. Packing up and packing up. Oh no, somebody died. Alright, this dead van's completely full. Does need to get fueled, but that's fine. Steel sheet, garbage bag. Got some floodlights. 2 more floodlights. Couple of windshields and hoods. One of these guys were getting seats, yes, of course. Of course, of course. Quite valuable. Don't need too many, but valuable. We actually don't currently have room in our parking lot back at Jericho for another ambulance. We are literally full up on ambulances, and this one's only 62. So this one is going to remain here as local use. If for some reason we do need another ambulance in the future, we know exactly where to find it. This one was the lowest engine quality. Let me double check that. Step fans. Okay, this one's 83. Is that the best? Did I get it backwards? The mobile library and direct flame are novelties, but when it comes to the catering vans, this is 71. Okay, so well then. Well then. Perhaps. One of these two was going to get left behind. I just need to double check the engine qualities. This one was 80. This one was probably the second best at 82. Yes, okay. The best one is already lined up there. I didn't even keyed this one. Oh, well, did I gas it? I might not have gassed it. Yeah, the ones in this lineup didn't even get a pittance. So for the last tow out, we just take this one with the race car, since the race car can tow something that isn't just a step van. That would be our work cut out for us right there. For damn sure. I'm just going to wait for some of this kale, or we're going to hold on to some of this kale and just chow down on it when it is ready. What is the order of operations here? We've got 5 trips total. We are going to need throwaway cars. Or, well, actually, throwaway cars are going to be the best solution. Charged battery here, not a good quality, but charged. This one is a good quality, just not charged. This one too. One of the 2 LVAs had a couple of chargers in it. But where? Oh no, mobile library. Yes, mobile library had the chargers. You've got charged batteries for every type of vehicle here, so throwaways are not very far away after all. So these two still have trunks that needed to be filled, so we'll take those by the docks on their way out. Otherwise, the Expedition plus Mobile Library are good to go. Have been for a minute. Eggs are uncooked. Let's turn them into cooked. Alright, now the order of operations is we take the ambulance with Mobile Library, we go all the way back to... I'm thinking there's probably some vehicles here, throwaway vehicles that we can use. That's what I'm thinking about over here. But we'll survey the throwaway vehicle situation. Because anything, if we can just get it close to Jericho and then leave it there, and then we'll one by one it for the rest of the journey. I mostly have to think about throwaways now, because once I get back to Jericho, there are not going to be any throwaways. It would be extra steps at that point to go get some more. And that's one of the reasons we've got the rest of those batteries there charging, because those are going to be powering throwaways, probably. The tires in both of these vehicles could probably use a top-up pump, rather. We do have a pump in the Expedition ambulance, of course. Always do. Yeah, see, we're struggling to make it up to 30. We shouldn't have that problem with an ambulance. Ambulance has 10 more horsepower than the D6s. It is only by subpar tires would we have that problem. And this is where we'll fill up on our way out. No need to leave any gasoline behind if we're not coming back to this area, with these vehicles at least. Right, and I'm now filling up the tires. That will make this journey easier. I am definitely aware we've lost the music. That tends to happen. We have a fix for that. Feels a little bit sturdier. You know, it doesn't feel sturdier. Oh, man. I'm sure there'll be more next time. It's whenever you tow a vehicle, you make more noise than you ever really feel like you do. Now we should be able to make it to 3rd. This road is nice and straightforward. We should at least be certain that there's no obstructions on the south side, as far as I recall. We put significant effort into clearing this road. No more brother wars. Might not look like it, but you're witnessing some of Zomboid's peak logistics here. Step van getting towed by an ambulance. The only way I could make it a lot better if I was hand carrying. And here's John to ruin the fucking fun. There's always that one asshole who escapes the purge and just ends up in the middle of the fucking road, giving you that ultimatum of, haha, end up with a bunch of blood on your hood and a ragdoll stuck under your carriage, or get out, lose all of your speed, and kill my ass. Welcome to Zomboid. Fucking... I'm not questioning it. What happened there is I started reversing while I was reloading, and my foot got stuck on the pedal because of course it did. Don't ever try to do something in a vehicle while reloading. It just, don't do it. Dumb shit happens. Speaking of dumb shit. Perhaps I was not as thorough on 841 as I thought I was. I see you over there, Steve. Let's go. Let's go into the ground. Thank you. Of course, if he's gonna come from somewhere, then he's probably from a group. We're doing this now. Let's go. The group that I didn't see last time. If I don't deal with them now, they'll be in the middle of the road later. They couldn't staff the airport with this level of enthusiasm. But a random spat of terrain next to one of my supply lines? Oh yes, give me those spawns. What do you mean, what's up with it? We need something that's a little bit more reflective. Yeah, that's a very recent pick. It'd be a little bit difficult to demonstrate at the moment, but that's just me without my glasses. From more of a forward angle than this this current camera angle. Hang on. YT Ugly 3, was it? Yes, Ugly 3. Ugly 3 is what we're currently rocking. I can't really see if that's actually if it looks all right at that angle, if it looks accurate. But no, that is it's recent. Just the color shift and the forward angle. If it was a new haircut, believe me, I could do better than that. If I'm ever going back to short hair, it's all going away. Not going full bald, but like, you know, I do a crop. The glasses make it really hard to see in my eyes, so that's there's can be a little bit of incongruity on that. You know, I asked when they sold me these glasses, they upsold me on a couple of anti-scratch things. What they didn't tell me was that the anti-scratch thing would make it this reflective. Like, they told me it'll be a little bit more reflective. They didn't tell me it would be so reflective that a computer screen would be enough to just completely make my eyes almost unseeable. I don't hate it. It's not that bad, but that was long before I even considered live streaming, so that's a decision that, yeah. Alright, I did see one dude over there. I don't care. I don't care. He didn't react. Neither will I. Yeah, honestly, it takes so much effort to grow it out that I'm probably never going back to short hair until I re-enter the dating pool. I wouldn't go as far as to say that my long hair is a consequence of me not spending as much effort into my appearance. I do actually like it, but it is a little bit more convenient not having to go for monthly haircuts to keep it short and cropped. But I also know that from very specific experience that when it comes to what's the ladies prefer in this day and age, not very many people react to a guy with long hair, but in my position when I have shorter hair, yeah. One of the only times I've ever been catcalled has been when I had short hair. I think I might have gone too far, actually. Yes, I went too far. I was supposed to check this parking lot for throwaway vehicles. I suppose... No, we can use the elementary school parking lot. Yes, we can use that. Thank you. Appreciate that. But of course, I always feel obligated to point out that if we're going to compare my current to my peak... that's not it. We're looking at cringe, aren't we? Yes. We're looking at cringe. I have a folder called cringe. Not even kidding. Here it is. Okay, so I have 2017 based and 2017 cringe. Let's compare that to current. So this is my new profile picture versus my preference, or what the ladies prefer to definitely catcall me with right there. Honestly, I don't feel like I look all that much different when my longer hair is just kind of, you know, behind me like that. The hairline's almost exactly the same, but the sides. It's really hard to make the sides look good with long hair. That's a perennial problem with me because it doesn't do what I want it to do. It just does what it wants. But yeah, that was me in 2017. So the face obviously is, you know, 5-6 years younger, almost 10 years younger, sorry. The hairline though is that'll make or break you. So what we do here is we steal one of these standard cars here. We will need at least 2. Maybe there's no way I'm going to make it back there with just 2 liters of gas. Yeah. I appreciate this. I appreciate the vote of confidence, at least. Worth double checking to make sure none of these are preserved. Yeah, none of them are preserved. We have one other asset. I think this is standard too. There is a sports car that actually kind of looks not too dissimilar to this, but this is standard. steal this one first, I guess. So as I throw away, this is how we get back to go grab another one of this shipment. Now, honestly, this elementary school is so close to Jericho, I could probably run down here if I wanted to. I don't think I will, but I can. I read this article that said that the title of the article was "Have we reached peak beard yet?" Like, is there enough people out there with beards at the moment that a lack of one is more novel? And I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. I think whoever wrote that may have just been seeing a local phenomenon. Damn it. Wrong side. Let's try that side. And we don't need more than like a third of a tank, because like I said, this is just a throwaway. But one of the slight problems here is that that parking lot is full of standard vehicles, and I don't have very many standard batteries to use for throwaways here. I will not be trusting this beyond too much higher beyond 60. Whenever you pick up a random vehicle that you're trying to use just for a one-shot purpose, be advised going too quickly when you don't understand how good the brakes are. That can catch me off guard very easily. Just checking back here if there's any heavy duties. And there are zero. There's 0.0 vehicles in this lot. Okay. So I forgot to look at it, but I didn't miss anything. I guess that means I am harvesting a couple of standard batteries and staying the night. I mean, I could always just trade this one off. Yeah, that's fine. I'll trade this one off. Yeah. That is a very interesting phenomenon. That's something worth thinking about right there. I mean, there's a very, very easy explanation for that, the cynical corporate one. Beards are a thing that regrow, and razors are a thing that lose their edge. And if you don't teach anybody that razors can be sharpened, then they'll want to just buy new ones. Yeah. Public service announcement, razors can be sharpened. They're currently designed in such a way to make it difficult to do so, because they'd much prefer you just buy new ones. But no, you can razors can be sharpened. There's another phenomenon at play. Probably more than half of the female species at this particular juncture in time is probably on some form of hormonal birth control. Maybe half is a bit overshot. Maybe we're talking like 40%, 35, 40, but it's a notable number, and that changes their preference. There is some data to suggest that that actually might lead towards a less masculine appearance, being more attractive. But don't quote me on the specifics on that, other than the fact that it does change what they're attracted to. That is a very well documented phenomenon. It's the specifics of the change that's very much in question. Because of course it'll depend on the individual taste, but then it will, there's other factors like facial symmetry is always a go-to given. I mean, I'm pretty sure that goes both ways, but it is more pronounced for the opposite species. So we have nothing but standard here as well. Okay, fair enough. Let me just yank a battery out of one of these here. It's an easy win. Where'd you come from? Hiding in the vines there. So I'm going to trade this battery off, but I'm also going to leave another standard on the charger just because of how many standards are here. It also is starting to feel like it is better to take that turn that I just took instead of going under the post office like this here. Your character can't carry anything before needing to walk at zombie speed. Oh, you're talking about encumbrance. That is going to be a couple of factors. Your backpack, if you put things in your backpack, it's lighter. The encumbrance reduction factor is, it gets better based on the quality of the backpack. And then you're looking at your character's strength level is going to determine how much you can carry before you start slowing down. Now, of course, once you started slowing down, you are more vulnerable. The higher this little overloaded mule gets, the more vulnerable you are to getting grabbed. And I don't just mean because you're slow, but if you actually get grabbed, the chance of getting actually eaten way higher. Pay very close attention to anything up here in the top right that turns red, and figure out a way to make it not be red. Otherwise, stay away from combat to the best of your ability. Alright, back just in time for bed here. Yank the battery back out of this, we'll reuse it, and get another one on the charger here. These two are going to be perfect heavy duties. One of these two in the fleet could use another perfect. So let's get that one charged and we'll catch our sleep. Meta event to the top left, no threat. This one was imperfect. We'll leave that charge for another run here. Step vans are fully loaded. It is the security trucks that are not fully loaded. I'll put these batteries in the sports car, actually. Except for the standard that comes with us, so that we can get another throwaway put together. Also, a can of gas. Give me a can. Somebody's got a can. You got a can. Yep, stable is dropping in 3.2 days right now. Probably early Wednesday morning, so probably less than 3.2. I've been thinking about putting just on screen just a little countdown. No, that would have taken some effort. Got to put together a PowerShell script or some shit. It would be a little early to sleep right now. Let me... So I have this. I'm carrying around this stupid key to a storage unit. I'm carrying around the key, but I don't know if it even goes to the storage units that I'm thinking of. I'm just going to check that really quick. Yeah, I would say that if you're going to start a new run, just give it a few days. Unless you just want to practice stuff. In that case, that is always worth your time. You just want to practice stuff to get better. Hop into debug mode and spawn a bunch of zombies and practice that. Can't color Dani the Drifter without a little bit of drifting. But, let's see. We got a key to a storage unit. Does it actually go to any of these, or is it just bullshit? I think it's bullshit, guys. Yep. Key, storage unit, my butt. Yeah, whatever. Just leave it there. I found it on a random zombie, and there's no other storage units here, so I mean, like, I don't know what it could supposedly go to. Now, each one of these things is a separate and discrete building, so it's like the if I ever did find a key to one of them, it probably wouldn't even go to the others. Alright, so I'm just going to try to fast forward through about half an hour here, and then we'll catch our second sleep. And then depart for another leg of the journey. That was supposed to go in the trunk. Any books in any of these lockers, maybe? Yeah, there is. How We Do It by Crystal Knox. It's something to pass the time. And we got fog again. That's fine. It's not gonna... it's a little thick, but it's not going to stop me from doing a commute. Although, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Before we head out, maybe this will take enough time to get the fog to start easing up. I'm just going to pump all the tires. That's a very easy win. What did I do with those? I feel like I left some vehicle tools right on the floor somewhere here. And then drove over them. Alright, I guess I'm pulling them out of the truck then. We'll just pump all the tires of everything on the lot here. If you try to do a tow job with weak tires, it will suck. This truck is definitely ready to be retired or completely rebuilt. And I think retired is where it's going because the diminishing returns on the trunk repairs have reached a juncture that I don't have the tolerance for it anymore. Its replacement will be this one here. This one's got a pretty good engine. It's 90 engine quality. So it will occasionally fail to start, unlike its predecessor. I held on to that fire truck as long as I did because its engine quality is 100. Barring any cold, it will never fail to start. I'm going to overinflate these because they're old tires. Slightly higher PSI might buy me a little bit more friction. I don't know that for sure. We'll find out. This should be done. And I think the fog is starting to clear. Hell yeah. That one, but you had another empty gas can. Okay. 2 gas cans, 2 batteries. We will fill the gas cans on our way out. And the current tow is... Now these 2 airport security trucks, both of these, don't actually have anything in the trunks. And that's making me hesitant. But I've already hooked this up, so we're going to go forward with this one. I might steal some stuff on the way out. If anything jumps out at me. I try to thread the needle. And of course, the absolute outer edge is all it takes. So that's an unknown number of hood and windshield damage right there. That was completely unnecessary. Alright, so we are filling up the gas in the airport truck and then the gas cans in my backpack. it feels so wrong coming home with an empty truck right now, or trunk. In the airport van, at least, or the what you call it, the airport truck here. What if I stole those? Stole some mail. I could do that. There's also a music shop up there. First spot we hit, it was my music shop. It only took one drop to make that window drop. Unfortunately, this game does not have a PA. I will come back and pick that van up after we steal a little bit of stuff to shove into the trunk here. See, I'm civilized. I didn't need to make any windows drop. Zombies did that for me. Trumpet, violin, flute. For that's an acoustic, and then another electric. I mean, it was all about the Rodney King riots, wasn't it? Who knows what Sublime was doing during that time? Who knew? Who indeed? Only they do. You know what, boys? I think the time has come to forgive the pianos. I think I'm going to take a piano. Yeah, it's right in front of me. And I've actually got room for it, which is... Yeah, I don't usually have room for the pianos. I'm actually hoping for a second speaker cabinet. We have 3 of the black ones and 2 of the wood ones, it looks like. So the wood ones are a good match for the piano. I mean, you know, rather specific lyrics in it. Gotta drop a few things if I want to be able to pick up the piano, of course. Oh, well, can't do anything if I drop my hammer. Gotta be able to have a hammer to pick up a piano in this universe. Ay, Dios míos. There we go. Oh, it doesn't even weigh as much as a fridge. Feels like the Nerf pianos. I was expecting 40, but it only needed 30. Okay. Good by me. Oh, there's another speaker cabinet. Okay. Neat. Now, we have ourselves a nice full trunk. Is that like less than 10? How about exactly 10? 1.0 I can get out of here. Beautiful. That is a full vehicle. I do not have to have a guilty conscience about driving home with a empty vehicle. Just because I want the vehicle. At this point, I want the airport truck more than anything. This is, have I been hoisted by my own petard? Is it harder to tow now that I've loaded up the vehicle? I have not noticed that being a problem. Not for a minute, at least. I think we'll be alright. We're still gaining RPM, that's all I need. is third gear. Officially rolling. Yeah, I have no idea what could be coming with that, and that's the interesting thing, is it's coming soon. That is the update. We will be having changes to towing. I have no idea what kind of changes are coming, but that's what's coming. I'm very wary. I'm very wary now that we have official towing changes coming up. They have barely touched towing for all of B42, except for the most recent patch, 42.19, where they made it a little bit worse. That's where we lost certain angles that we can hook up from, and we can't do front to front anymore, can't do back to back anymore. It's probably not functioning as intended. But can we trust the same when 42.20 comes out? If they couldn't do it for 19, what's to say they could do it for 20? I don't know. I don't have a lack of faith, but I also don't exactly have a strong faith either. I'm very agnostic toward these developers. We have no choice but to wait and see. See, we actually can barrel down this road at 60 miles an hour, even when it's really slow to start. We'll lose all of our speed when we take this T-junction up here, but that's fine. That is, that's our turn. Imagine how much easier it would be if it was a proper highway. Alright, here's our turn. Now, if anyone joining up, probably not too many folks who aren't my core viewers here, but if anybody happens to be new, the goal here is we're not going all the way back to our base, because our base has so few just random vehicles nearby that I can't go back and get more from where we're coming from. So I have to leave these here in this parking lot, which is not too far from my base. And we brought with us some stuff that will allow us to get these other cars here up and running. These are our return trip cars. One-time use each. Now, when it comes to bringing these things the last stretch of the road down here to my main base, all we've got to do is use the race car at that point, because it's a lot easier of a trip. This thing's already got a little bit of gas in it. Not much, though. So let's just add a little bit, maybe like half of this. Or a third. Yeah, that's fine. No need for garbage batteries. We'll leave those behind. But one of these, I think, had a decent one in it. This one does. So we have 3 trips left, and these are the 3 units we'll take. Threaten me with a perfect battery, I suppose. The loot that I'm carrying on me right now that does not need to go back forward, all of this stuff, goes into a garbage bag. And we can put that garbage bag somewhere in one of these. You know what? I'm just going to put it on the driver's seat of catering here. I did not fully load the driver's seats of these vans, mostly because I want to be able to hop into them. Let's kill Casey Joe over here. Wow, I've been at this for almost 9 hours. Okay, I was actually thinking I might call it before we got to the point where we're starting the back and forth, but I've noticed that most of my live audience is about half what it was before, so that I've already gotten the doldrums of a weekend after, like, it's 5 p.m. Is that evening or is that afternoon? Let's call it evening. Same situation as with the previous throwaway. We do not exceed 60, not by much at least. Alright, I'll risk 70. I too like to live dangerously. Sneaky sneak moment. Sneaky sneak moment has failed. He turned around just far enough to escape the backstab before I stunned him. Oh. Meta event top left. Good. That'll pull him away. Yeah, anybody who's up here, we'll be moving towards my ugly face there on the top left. Couldn't have asked for a more convenient direction. Oh, I know what else we're taking home with us. More of these medical beds and hospital decorations. 30 plus 10. If I get rid of this, I can afford a bunk bed. Yeah, I don't need these tires. I would sooner have a bunk bed in the trunk here. Usually I play vanilla more than anything, but that's partially because of stable. I am not... I mean, okay, so when stable drops, how long is it going to take for the mod developers to get everything up to snuff? That is the real question for that. Probably will definitely play a modded run after some time. I know for sure that when stable drops, I'm going to start a new character right away just to see what's going on, but for the long term, I don't know yet. That's all going to depend on what stable looks like. Just forgot that wall decorations. Among them, first aid cabinet's actually pretty useful. And that is it. Everything is loaded. So that got a good use of my evening here. We're ready to sleep for the first sleep for the evening. We'll catch that. We will head out for an overnight run, and then be back here. We'll get our second sleep, shut everything down, and get the last run out. And we will be done with Louisville Airport. The entire east side of the map over here is completed at that point. Beautiful. Triage what of this first aid stuff can stay and what can go. Antidepressants are relatively rare. Never more than one per base. Pretty much everything else here is fine to stay. Alrighty, folks. Last couple of runs here. If I time this perfectly, we'll be able to call the stream shortly after tomorrow morning. But, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Do still have some room in this one. You know what? You know what? I was looking at this desk. And thinking that I could use a bigger one back at my base. So look at that. Now I have room for a bigger one back at my base. Alright, that's good. We don't need to get too greedy here. Since we're doing this at night, lights on both vehicles. Oh, this shit again. A little too close to the pump. She's got to position herself. Okay. Do a little bit of that number then. Some more furniture on our way out here. Ooh. Thought I dodged it. These frame rate drops are actually starting to get to me. Yeah, these frame rate drops are fucking me. I can only blame... I can blame those about half of that. I mean, it was a skill issue, but honestly... When there's frame rate drops from the weather and the lights and everything all put together, the... Ever just a little bit of input lag is enough to fuck up a micro correction there. Be a lot nicer if I didn't have to tap the keys so precisely. I'll tell you what, it'll fuck my sleep schedule up a little too much if I don't just head straight back somewhere where I can sleep. So I'm going to go straight to Jericho with this shipment. And probably tomorrow morning I'm just going to... what am I going to do? Sprint back, I guess, yeah. I'll sprint back. Knowing my luck, Jericho will have eaten up its entire generator capacity. I don't think it will have, we were pretty good about making sure it was full on our way out. I don't know. Something in my susometer is going off. Fuck everything. Okay, now we've got another obstacle on the road, more damage to the tow job, and a little bit of blood on my vehicle. Oh, I hate it. I hate it all. I hate everything right now. It's alright. I'm going to be happy anyway. I've decided I'm not going to get mad about that. I have decided not to get angry. Doesn't mean I won't get angry. I'm just saying that I've decided I won't. So yeah, this is where we're bringing the other vehicles, but for this particular leg of the journey, we need to sleep. Otherwise, we will throw off our sleep schedule too much. So we're, instead of trying to make one of these houses safe or something, we're just going to go straight back to Jericho. There's way too many stragglers in this area for me to ever just be able to feel like I could go into a random house. Yep, generators are still running, that's all I need. I don't know if y'all saw the jerk just now. That was close to causing another collision from stupid physics. Let's detach this properly now. Alright, sleep schedule is still on track. Alright, right here at the 9-hour mark. I think I am going to go ahead and call it here, actually. Yeah, I'm going to save the tedious things for tomorrow. Well, okay, hang on. Is it going to be too difficult to pick up where I left off? I'm going to do one... Okay, I'm going to leave things off at our field base. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave things off there. Because I know that if I... God damn it. Had to do one more bit of damage to this thing. I know if I leave things off here, I'll get way too distracted when I log back in. This is a very busy base. So the plan was for this particular leg where we don't have any throwaway vehicles at Jericho. We don't have any throwaway vehicles literally anywhere nearby, so we're just going to run back down to the elementary school where the other things are staged, and we've got a gassed up standard vehicle waiting for us to return with. And when we finish returning, when we get back to LAA at the base up there, I will call the stream for today. Tomorrow's stream is going to be entirely just chill, where we've hit all the major objectives I wanted to hit on these characters, or on this character here particularly. So I'm just going to have fun. We're just going to spend some time base designing and finishing up the logistics that we've gotten started here at the end of the stream today. Getting a little warm from all this running, but that's fine. We're already at the school. Just got to go around at the school. Being level 9 running with no encumbrance is pretty fast. A little sweaty from that. Again, it's alright. Can't do a lot of work without a little sweat. Yeah, we did pull somebody out of the woodwork here. More than one somebody. What's going on here? How is it that this crossroads was completely free of zombies for like 6 trips here? And now suddenly, zombies. I think this is one of those crossroads. Like the one that was outside of Phallus Lake. When we set up base in Phallus Lake a long time ago in this character, we cleared the town, devoid of all zombies. However, just outside of town there was an intersection, and zombies just really loved showing up at that intersection. Like, it seemed like the surrounding countryside would migrate there. I don't know if that's what's happening here yet. But that's like the 3rd or 4th time I've seen zombies at that intersection there. And this fucking asshole right here. This fucking asshole just had to wander his bitch ass out in the middle of the road. Ugh. Get out. Good riddance. Put a lot of effort into cleaning these roads. I'm sure there'll be another one. Oh, looks like this rain is going to get pretty ugly. That's alright. There's nothing compelling us to go too quickly when we resume our logistic trains tomorrow. Okay, now, these fucking things were all the way on the opposite side of the road the other day. Now look at the fucking things. I'm getting... I'm gonna get out and kill every single one of them if they show up in the road again. I probably just attracted a bunch of zombies to the road. Scared those stupid fucking things out of the road. Now the zombies are gonna come back. Now don't... When the time comes and I do get out and kill every single one of those rabbits, don't blame me. I'm not the one who coded this game so that they literally walk into the road for no reason at all. In an entire pack like that. That's not how rabbits operate in real life. They do not just walk into the road and stay there all the time for no reason. There's literally code in this game that pulls them into the road. Because they want that moment of, oh no, I just ran into a bunch of rabbits, oh no! Yeah, sorry. I said I'm not going to get mad, and I'm not that mad. I'm just a little salty. There is no such thing as a clean road in this game. 20 years in Knoxville, Alfred. How many of the good guys are left? How many of them stayed that way? If it isn't clear, I've definitely had my fill of Zomboid for today. That was one of the reasons I was kind of juggling with just calling it there, but I will call it once we finish this return trip. That will feel more healthy. You know what? You know what else will be healthy? A bath. Just gonna give her a bath here. We park like this so that we can't be approached from the right side. See, if I try to go around, she has to go all the way around. So what we do is we face this direction while we take a bath, so if anybody shows up, we'll see them coming. We'll probably get a little cold doing this. It is going to be wet, very wet. With this passing a little bit of time this way, that's a little bit less thunderstorm time that I have to drive in tomorrow. I will not be getting myself dirty again, not after that lovely bath. You can take a bullet to the face. You know what? Alright. We've had an interesting one today, folks. Almost home. Or home away from home, as it were. Just 2 trips left. Alright, everybody, that is it for today. I will come back tomorrow morning bright and early. We'll finish up these commutes here as a warm-up. And then tomorrow is going to be a lot of base work. Just a base work stream, just some chill time. Alrighty, folks. I'll have Dani bid farewell here. I'm feeling a little bit more stable. I don't know. We'll see. My stability is an open question at the moment. Alright, everybody. I'm out of here. Peace out and have a good one. Adios.